We got a hungry gnome, a gnomish engineer.
Yeah, this is the first time I've ever had someone else with a gnome name. You know, I've not dealt with that ever. I've been using this name for, oh God, about 25 years on the internet. Never ran into another character with a gnome name very much. I remember chat rooms back in the day when you got AOL discs in the mail.
Hey, you laugh, but I worked for AOL with another guy. PC Dave Leary.
Oh, yeah.
AOL PC Dave help desk chat line on, what was that? That was Thursday nights we had to do that damn stuff. Right before Friday and Saturday Doom at the Duns, man.
Yeah.
Doom 2 at the Frag Fest. Bring your beer and bring your Ghetto Blaster because it's going to be a fun time.
Did you, speaking of Doom, did you ever try Hexen?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Did you ever try entering the Doom codes while playing Hexen?
Oh, we turned around and we had an IPX network set up going down an apartment complex because I was able to talk to manager and letting me throw cables down there because he wanted to play as well. Remember those days there, Tim?
Back in the original Hexen, if you tried to enter the Doom codes, like you entered the God mode code, it would kill you.
Yep.
And if you tried to enter the infinite ammo code, it would kill you and take all your weapons.
Yes. Fun stuff.
I just realized my mic was muted this time, or entire time. My bad.
So the engineer couldn't figure out his equipment?
No.
That was funny.
Together.
That reminds me of World of Warcraft.
Dancing pixies.
Smacking that friggin' mech in the back of the head with a hammer. Work, goddammit, work. For the new guys, are you guys just seeing a black screen?
Nope.
Okay.
I see the city.
All right, cool.
There's 3 new names on the screen. Wow.
Can we use the map a lot?
Yeah. Actually, part of what I do is I turn around and I have a pro count with them. I've been using Roll20 since around 2013 when I went to Gen Con and got a beta tester's license from them and started then. But I've been using it ever since, and I even use the dynamic lighting. So you'll hit areas where I'll move your figures and your point of view, your POV, will be accurate. I mean, I at least turn on 360-degree vision, so it's a little more isometric in appearance for you. And I also turn on Explorer mode, so you see where you've been. But once your line of sight or trimmer sense or whatever is passed, there can be monsters back behind you. You just don't see until you come back around that corner. So I take the time to do the games in a way I think is right. So
we had too many fights about where we were actually at on the map. No, I didn't go there. I went here.
Yeah.
Let's make it easier.
Have any of you played on Roll20 with Fnord Prefect at all?
No.
With what?
Fnord Prefect.
Never
He's
heard
got an avatar of a little green troll guy. He's one of the actually original coders of Roll20, and oh my god, the level he codes into his games. Like, you can, like, the walls actually have, like, you know, there's perception checks. It will automatically reveal hidden doors.
Nice.
You click on it, you click on the enemy, it'll automatically roll attack rolls, check armor class, remove hit points. Like, that dude coded so much into his own personal games, and he runs it from a fucking Denny's next to his house.
Nice. Nice. Free internet's fine. No, I don't get to that level. I'm working on stories, and then as it goes for professional content like that, I'll leave that for somebody that actually enjoys coding. I enjoy architecting things, but I don't enjoy coding, and that's probably why I'm an IT architect and not a coder.
1s and 0s suck.
That's what you do, Tim. Aren't you the Java guy on board?
Nope.
Flash is dead.
I now have to freaking configure and build computers to run SoS and program saw cutting tables.
Oh, nice.
Oh, CNC stuff.
Yeah, for like cabinet makers, window shops, stuff like that.
I don't know what's funny is I used to work at Walmart distribution center. They're still using DOS-based programs for all their freight, and
Yeah, all
DOS
that
isn't even
all that money's
supported
going to
anymore.
Dude, it was bad. Lowe's used to use that shit also until like 2019. They just started replacing it when I left.
Yep.
But the DOS program worked infinitely better than whatever shit they cooked up in their back room, because DOS may be stupid, but it's very simple and there's nothing getting in the way.
Well, the other thing too is it's very solid and stable. There's not a lot that rocks its code because it has such finite parameters. Because American Airlines used it. It's actually kind of funny. Their back-end DOS platform was called Skynet, just like from Terminator. Not kidding you a bit. So logging into it and having Skynet say hello was a little fucking trippy the first time. But it was absolutely rock solid, and we did 3 analysis on how we could do it with JRE and a bunch of other things, and it came down to we couldn't keep the stability because Java's just not that stable. And when we're talking about handling thousands of planes an hour, across the United States, they kind of left it in place until about 2010, and then they replaced it with something that was a little solider. It was XML, but it worked a lot better than the DOS did, but the DOS was still left there. So at any time they could fail back and turn it back on. And all I'd have to do is get some batch refreshes, which was not that big of a deal. So,
oh god, I still remember all the DOS-based games I used to play early on.
Dude, I used to write LSL
like
code for IPX stacks to make these network games work. Remember that, Tim?
Mm-hmm.
Back when you had to print out the manual when you bought a game on your dot matrix.
Oh, yeah. No. My job was to figure it out instead of printing out the manual. If it didn't come with a manual, I figured out how to play it.
Yeah, we just...
Well, no, you had to play it because it would literally tell you to go look at a certain page and a certain paragraph. And you had to go and read that block of text. And
yep.
Hell no, you just bullhead your way through it.
Back in, oh god, remember old mud games?
Muds.
Yes.
Neverwinter.
Pools of Radiance. I'm level 1 and a red dragon shows up. What?
Large tail? Oh, man.
Yeah, I remember.
If you want a game that's actually really kind of a throwback to those, but actually more, is it based on modern game principles? Ever heard of Tales of VIgil? It's
Heard of it, but
like,
never played it.
I'd say it's actually a really cool game. It's super in depth. You have to unlock classes by hitting certain criteria on certain runs, and
you want what I think is absolutely the best game that's ever been created, but you have to read it, is Planescape Torment. If you've never played it all the way through, you do not know what a story is until you read that one, because it does have 5 different endings, and the fact that they use a nameless person who can't die, but he can change his class by using magical tattoos of flesh from prior incarnations of himself is just freaking amazing. And it is an amazing story. It is just an amazing story. Well, Monty Cook wrote it, so that helps.
You want another game, but involving another major name in the fantasy world? Did anyone ever played Kingdoms of Amalur?
Mm-mm.
Yep.
That was written by R.A. Salvatore.
Oh, cool.
The world was designed by Todd McFarlane, the drawer of Spawn.
It was pretty, too.
Oh, yeah. It was a very, very awesome game. And like I said, it was a really good, well-written, but it didn't have very good replayability. Because once you did... I played as the first one as the rogue mage combo, so every time you crit, you gain mana back. And it was just infinite spamming crits at that point.
Cool.
You couldn't run out of mana. You could just murder everything. It was bad. But yeah, awesome game. Too bad it was a complete flop. That was the worst part. It was a baseball player's pet project, and it cost Delaware, who lent him the money for it, to go into debt.
Kurt Schilling. Yeah, the bloody sock guy.
Crazy. So, hey, we're 10 minutes before the game starts, and we've got most of the people are going to listen in. So I'll start the actual introduction. I'm DMRMZ. Everybody else calls me Rummy or Robert or whatever else. I don't care. Not looking for any secret identities here. In the room with me is my wife, Colleen, who plays Kitty LeBang and also plays Empress.
Howdy.
Kitty LeBang is the bard in the party. Empress is the oracle in the party. She's an inherited character from another player that left the game. Otherwise, you've already been talking with Melrick, which is he plays Darmus, which is Tim, and then the leader of the party is Chandler or Shockwave, which is down below in our actual chat or in voice. So there's that. If why don't we start with Hungry Gnome? If you can kind of tell us what characters you're liking and what you think you're looking for in a game, that would help us. And then after that, I'll go right over to Bosco, and then I'll go to Gnomish Engineer. Sound good? Just give us a 3-minute blurb of what you think. That'd be great, man.
Name's Michael. Everyone calls me Gnome or Vinny or various names because Michaels are everywhere in existence. But been gaming for 25 years now, since second ed and all that. But I'm almost always a spellcaster because if I'm going to play a fantasy game, I want to be able to cast spells. So it's kind of part of the attraction to me is being able to do something I cannot do in real life. I'm playing a Junko of the Thousand Eyes. Technically he's a Tengu druid, but you'll never see him as a Tengu ever. Just because he has Elder Self at will and will constantly be a different race all the time. I'm looking for just a lot of good, there's just a game I can be, for one, long term. I'm really sick of Roll20. We're 2-3 sessions in, someone will bail, GM will bail. So you guys' stability is an amazing, attractive thing to me. But a game that, mix of combat, mix of role play is just something you look forward to and something that you enjoy and can talk about and discuss, and just, a good, solid camaraderie that I miss from the old tabletop. And since I live in an area where COVID hit bad and the gaming community wasn't very good to begin with, tabletop really hasn't been a thing.
Cool. Thank you. Hey, Bosco, did you have your equipment set up yet? Or maybe that was Gnome Engineer.
No, I guess it's me. Yeah, I'm from Serbia. So we'll go with Bosco. That suits me well. It's pronounced a bit different, but it's hard to pronounce. So I've been playing since 3rd edition. And I've been playing with my mates, schoolyard and such. I'm a bit younger. And we actually only learned the rules very well like 5 or 6 years afterwards, after we started playing. So we played a lot of homebrew. I never played a campaign or adventure, except the video ones, like Kingmaker and Wrath of the Righteous. I've been playing a long time, at least from my perspective. I know rules well now. I tend to play martial characters, even after all this time, because in our crew, people depended on me to hold the front line. So I see we are strong on that here. So I'll try just to help out here. As to roleplay, I just don't know how to chat, small talk, because I don't do it much in English, but I will try my best. I want to learn to do that better. Otherwise, I'm really into roleplay and...
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, we'll probably help you increase your skill on that if you hang around. So, Gnomish Engineer.
Thanks.
My name is David. I've been playing for about 7 or 8 years now. As far as characters, I tend to prefer. I really like my martials with a particular emphasis on your divine classes. So stuff like paladins and also anything that's an offshoot of the barbarian. From what I'd like to see in a campaign is a larger overall arcing story and just kind of that threat of death if you do something incredibly stupid.
Okay.
I've been stuck playing 5th edition for a while, so that doesn't exist.
Okay. Well, you'll probably see that. In fact, to kind of wrap it back up and around, the party actually just got done doing my version. The reason I kind of let everybody know I don't do canon is because I may take resources like an adventure path, but I don't see all of it that I need. I only take elements of it, and then I modify other elements to match my world. So the party just kind of went through a version of Iron Legion, which was an adventure path. But that was a prologue to get them ready for my story, because the story needed them to be closer to 15th and 16th level. So we did an entire adventure path over the last year and a half as a side adventure. And that was the last 87 sessions that we've played. So that now they can start getting into the real meat of the story, which is where they're at right now. So I don't normally do episodic ones. I'm not one of the West March kind of guys. My stories are always multi-year, lots of campaigns, and normally my sessions are very diehard. In other words, just show up. We're part of a club. I don't vote you out. I don't say if you can play or can't play. Everybody has a right to have a piece, but if somebody has to be the heavy to let another person know they can't play with us anymore, that has always been my job, because I actually run the game. So, but in the back end, we will talk, we will chat. You will, if you join our group and everything goes good, you'll be the same thing. You'll have me text you and go, hey, we got a new guy coming. What do you think of his play over the last 4 or 5 sessions? Should he stay around? Should we open the slot back up? Any big grievances you have? So, and I always kind of let everybody, because I like to treat everybody like a club. This is like a baseball team. This game don't happen unless we all want to participate. And my golden rule is, if you got something better to do, go do it. Don't be here and be distracted. Go do that better thing, because you want to have fun, and that's what we're wanting to do too. So, and that's always been my kind of motto for this. So, okay. At that, it's almost top of the hour. Hey, Chandler, I haven't heard you. You've been really quiet. Your mic working?
Morning.
He's been trying to talk.
Grippy?
Yep.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure I didn't have your mic turned all the way down. I had to do that the other day. For some reason, my speaker sensitivity went through the roof because I was bouncing mics around. Otherwise, last thing about me, I played every edition of D&D all the way back to the fact that my brothers stole for me, unfortunately, a basic system that they gave to me at the age of 11. So if you wonder when I've been playing since I was 11 years old. So, and I'm not 11 now. Okay. So, guys, when last we left off, I'm going to start off with the group that's coming back from Fort Frinnan. You guys had actually come back into the city, and I believe, Sorrel, you all had met up and figured out that there was somebody possessed in town. At that point, from what my notes state, Darmus, Icawad, and I believe Sorrel were looking for someone that could actually determine where this possession might have moved to. And when last we left off, you had met Zeramoth in the bar, the drunkard that was in the Shield Maiden Inn.
Yep. And threw the bottle of Dwarven Ale.
Yep.
Or spirits.
Which he drank half of and almost passed out, but then walked to his room.
Right, and missed his bed.
Right. You guys heard that with a very loud thunk. Now, takeaways from that as well. Darmus, Icawad, and Sorrel, please give me a perception check. You had done this lightly before, but as he went upstairs, more of his tattered armor, because if you remember right, he's a human, stands about 6'2". He's wearing what looks like the tatters of padded armor. It's tore up, leather breeches, high hard boots. But the upper body chest area is really tore up on this armor. You could see what you thought were scars through the gaps in his armament. But what you actually see as he's moving up there is his body has actually been covered in these religious carvings, like somebody was going to sacrifice him. And you know how there's some dark rituals because of your vast knowledges in religion, where for Urgatha or other priests, they'll lay out a sacrifice and they'll actually carve the holy symbols into the sacrificial offering. He has scars that look like that, but his don't look like they're fully healed. Because as he lightly walks, you see them lightly kind of trickle blood. And you're realizing the brown stains you saw on his padded armor were probably the areas where he's bled through. Also, with your perception, you're automatically given a pass if anybody's got a higher than 10 religion. You saw the symbols for Saren Ra carved into his body, the symbols for Shaylin carved into his body, the symbols for Torag carved into his body. You also, these are good gods that you're seeing their symbols are carved into his body. The other thing, too, that you were able to catch through the gaps in his clothing is the amount of stitches he's gone through. You've fought flesh golems before, so you've kind of got an idea what they look like. He almost has a stitching pattern that looks like that, to the point to where whoever put him back together, I'll give you a knowledge arcane on that, guys.
Ooh. Let's hope the rolls.
That's a good roll. So anybody that gets higher than a 35, it looks like a vivisectionist took a hand at him. So somebody with some very advanced alchemical skills, probably like a vivisectionist, probably did some work on that guy at some point. But there's definitely a lot more in his backstory that you're unaware of. So, but you do know Watcher Lord Zigrol did give him. He is permanent ex-first captain, and he is going to be taken care of the rest of his life. You do know that.
Okay. And you said the stitching was ley lines, or?
No, it looks more like the way you would stitch a golem from a manual of golems. They actually have to be stitched together very carefully using specific materials that cause a seam between the fleshy components. And that's what you're kind of seeing with your advanced knowledge on our arcane subjects. So since you're already able to get an arcane knowledge over the 30s easily, you know that's how you would put one together, but there's no way to imbue normally a full sentientness into one without other magical rituals. But the quandary part of this to you is the religious elements, and a golem doesn't bleed normally. Magical constructs don't eat normally. And he is.
Okay.
So there's something else going on here. Irrelevant. You know you found the guy you were looking for. He did give you the information you needed. But you did see when he invoked that divine ability of his to discern where the possessed individual was and what it was inhabiting, that it did cause the wounds on his body to lightly open, which is very confusing.
Is there anything in religious, history that points to something like this, or a concept? I rolled my religion for you.
Damn, that's a good one. Yes, there was supposed to have been, during the First Crusade, there was some desperation, especially after the death of Azarani, that some of the religious sects that, not Iomea's, because you got to understand, the classical history. Iomea and the Knights rode to the north from Taldor, and, they fought against the Whispering Tyrant. And you get all of that, bravado side of it. But when in all actuality, you guys know from being in battles, there were hundreds of thousands of men here, representing thousands of different religions. And you know that they were desperate because Azarani had died. Now, the time between Azarani dying and the winning of the war was actually years. It wasn't a day. It wasn't like, Arnis came up with the shield and boom, everything was resolved. There were years in between there. And there were some desperate times. The god had died on the field of battle. So it was said that some of the religious orders were working together to try to come up with their version of a super weapon or a super divine weapon to go against the Whispering Tyrant and to at least, if not destroy him, remove him from the battlefield. And at the same time, there was another group working on how to actually seal him in anywhere or entrap him if they could. Because you got to remember, your arcane knowledge is, you now understand fully what this Whispering Tyrant was doing. He was using wishes as weapons. When he went to destroy Arnis, it wasn't a finger of death. He wished his heart into his hand. And that's what the Whispering Tyrant did. His power was to use massive amounts of wishes to get the world to move the way he wanted to. And he had no ill effect of it until the day he met Arnist on the battlefield. So whatever that shield that Arnist had was made out of, that Erodin crafted it out of, was something that prevented a wish. So if there's something out there divine that prevents a wish in a physical form, it's very easy to believe that possibly divine entities got together to kind of come up with their version of an anti-whispering tyrant. Whereas you have a caster, maybe you needed some type of fighter. The reality would be, or the answer would be, how old is he? But, right now you guys are already doing research and trying to figure out if you can get your seals or your justice marks so you can begin researching the Bloodstone of Azarani to try to figure out how Sia Thung was able to corrupt her canopic jar. So, you could, but with this religion, Tim, this is hitting the tops of your knowledge. That would mean you would need to speak with dead to some of the priests that were engaged in that conflict. But it would be obviously like an archpriest or etc. Those marks on his body could only be made by somebody who actually totally understands the tenets of their God, because they were done absolutely perfectly. And even though he invoked some type of a divine energy to find the possessed person, the symbol didn't mutate its shape. That's possibly why it reopened the wound. So when he did this divine casting, the energy's locked in space, but his body's not locked. It's a living body. It moved. So his body moving made his skin tear.
Oh.
So whatever he's doing is some divine energies are not really easily mutable. When he does them, his own natural body. So like if you were to throw him across the room, you fully believe that symbol might have ripped out of his neck.
If he'd have moved more, yeah.
Right. Which now maybe that explains why he's such a massive drunkard. He is killing pain. But this is another research thing, and you guys know you got one thing to research, which is there's nobody on this planet could give you an answer to this. You guys are the only ones who can answer it. And you already know that this library here inside the White Tower, inside the Watcher's Tour, and the Overwatch, you got to get access to it. That might give you
information we need.
And you might be able to do some of that research there, but the question is, are you going to split your researching capabilities? You have Sorrel and you have Kitty, which are your primary researchers. Are you going to say each of you work on something different? And is that going to increase your time? And the answer to that is going to be absolutely yes.
No, his secrets were his own. I mean, that was a good roll. That wasn't my best, but it was only 2 away, so I wouldn't get much better.
And you're not seeing any affirmation in the eyes of your colleagues, so it went way over their heads. But you have danced the line between two gods now, so you're getting it.
Yes. Okay. I'll just let Sorrel and Gojan know that his past and secret is his own for now. We've got to focus on our goal. He's got a history. That's all I can say.
So you gentlemen staying for another drink? Barkeep walks up. I know you were talking to Z, but should I get you some plates of food, or are you going to stand there looking all with the... I can't... He looks up at you, Trox, and says, I can't tell, Bug, if your mouth's open or not, so I'm going to think it is and you're hungry.
Yeah, we could eat.
You want potato cakes or potato cakes? Sorry, it's all it cooks. It's still early, so that's all we really got going on here. So,
well, 3 plates of potato cakes. So we can discuss the next step.
Do you want me to run some hot water in the tub there out back? I know it's a horse trough, but it's about the only thing big enough for you, Trox. I can see you got You see him reach over to your plate, Mel, and he pulls out a finger bone. It looks like you still got a little bit of the field on you.
I totally forgot we just got back.
Yeah, you guys were fighting hundreds of undead. You guys shit stuck everywhere, guys. It's like, we don't carry mirrors, do we?
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, Willa, get up. Get the heat out there by the horse trough. We're gonna warm it up for our hero over the field. He goes back, 3 orders of potato cakes. Figures Gojan's going to want some too, so brings it out, and you all sit down. About an hour or so later passes by. I'm going to freeze you there, and I'm going to go over to Kitty. Kitty, you're over inside Pathfinder's Lodge.
Okay.
You don't see Zill anywhere. You hear her whistling upstairs.
Okay, I might as
Oh,
well.
wait. Don't go anywhere, Kitty. You see Zill pull out a book. She comes running downstairs, her little hair, her purple and green hair flaying in the back, her gnomish face just kind of bouncing as she runs down the stairs. Here it is. This is Journal 36, Kitty LeBang's Journey to Janderhof and the Road of the Imperial Overking. Can you sign it?
Sure.
Sign it. All right.
Scribble my name on
Signed copy of Chronicles. I love it. Woo! She goes running back upstairs and puts it right back where she took it out from.
Sweet.
She said, so she's leaning over the top balcony looking down. Now, you know, inside the tour, it's or the Pathfinder Lodge, it's got a round area where it's got 2 stories of books. And then it's got a long hallway that goes back after you come in, a 20-foot hallway that's 3 foot wide. You can see that there's a terrace that looks down over this very beautiful statue that's in the middle of it. It almost looks kind of like a planetarium, but it only has one large circular sphere in the middle and 3 little ones that orb around the outside of it. And this one seems to move on its own.
Okay.
You know, I heard rumor that, well, from one of the other Pathfinders that came through, I heard rumor that one of your ex-colleagues that you mentioned in the Chronicle of Kermaga to Janderhof, Chapter 3, I think it was paragraph 4, you mentioned a necromancer by the name of Dramus.
Yeah.
We have heard word that he's in the area. One of the Pathfinders said that they found parts of a Trox. But that one I don't think, is that the one that's the Armus? The brother of Darmus you listed?
Yes.
We've had reports that they are in Vilric, and they could be headed towards Atarak. We had an agent go with the Shining Crusade. She was called out to help Oparl, who works for the Queen of Quionin. Shining Crusade being their elven version of the crusade against the Whispering Tyrant.
Yes.
They're headed there as well, and she was talking about it with Oparl before they left. And she got a couple of tombs I don't have copies to. I'm not sure what they're searching for, but they are looking for something, not someone. But I heard under their breath Dramus spoken, and the other Pathfinder that I had sent out into Vinric to bring back some of the earth that's affected by the necromantic storms for research,
Yes.
had mentioned he had found Trox peaches, which are very unusual for Vinric. Vinric has a lot of tunnels, but they don't have a lot of Troxes. That's more Narvoth kind of stuff.
Absolutely.
So
let me get this right. You heard that Dramus is in the area?
yes, it sounds like he's headed to Atarak, which is the city outside of the Gallows Spire where the Whispering Tyrant's imprisoned.
Yes, I'm familiar.
So, the reason I brought this up is I don't know him, but if he's a friend of yours, him going there is a capital punishment crime in VIgil. If he actually gets into Atarak without the approval of the Watcher Lord, he will be sentenced to death on site, most likely in the field. If there's any reasoning with him, and whatever he's doing and he's a friend of yours, you may want to do that. Because that Shining Crusade is not going to give him a moment's rest. But if you think he has gone the way of villainy, then don't mention that the Shining Crusade's heading his way. Because it could be karma coming around for him.
Yeah, I understand that.
But this is a choice. I figured I didn't want you to read about it in one of the Chronicles a year from now and then go, see, why didn't you freaking tell me Dramus was up there? I wouldn't do that. I'm a decent, I think, venture captain, so I'm going to keep that cool side going.
Okay, yeah, that's
So you have the information, but understand, if you tell him the Shining Crusade gets hurt, you're committing treason.
yes, let's...
But this is yours to own, not mine. Woo! I feel divested of it now. She goes back upstairs to her books.
Okay.
And she starts humming, and you see her go up there. She's actually dusting one of the bookshelves now. And then you watch her let go of the duster, and it's actually dusting itself. And what you thought was her dusting was her rearranging a couple of the books. And then she goes down the hallway with 2 tombs in her hands, and she's going back to one of the back lounges.
Okay. Nice.
And then she's off into her own little world doing her stuff.
Okay. Do I know where Sorel and Ikwad and Darmus are?
No. Your belief would be that Sorel would probably be at the Mages Guild because he was looking to get his Justice Mark.
Yeah.
He opted not to get the Sword Mark. He was going for the Shield Mark, which would be working with one of the tribunes.
Which is what I'm trying
Doing
to go for as well.
Right.
Oh shit, I can't even do that. Well, shit. Okay, now is that a spell that I can
What is what? Sending?
use the mark to send a message?
Only with their... No, you remember it had a 60-foot range if you begin tapping into the Eldritch birthmark.
It's only got 60 feet, really?
Right. Remember you guys found out while getting ready to fight that the Eldritch Mark allowed you to store a single spell within it that could be shared communally by anybody else in an emergency.
Okay.
But that range of that was only 60 foot, which you also found out seems to be about the limit of contamination from plague fire too. But it has nothing to do with the mark.
So then, let's let me scribble that information down about Darmus and going forward to Atarak, and then I'll just keep doing my research.
Well, if you look at the map, your
Yeah.
you could actually, Gojin is back, or Gojin and Ikawad, or sorry, Gojin, Darmus should be back in town from their assignment over 3 days ago. If they come back, they're going to be at the Shield Maiden Inn, so you could go to the Shield Maiden Inn and see. Maybe they left word.
Okay. I think what I'm doing, I really need to find Sorel. So if I can get a hold of, go to the inn.
You could use your fame. Ask a few people. You could go ask Zenny and just use your fame to see if you can find out somebody. Use a point or two to get some easy information.
Well, I don't want it,
She seems to be the crux of information in the town.
I know that.
That's the Pathfinder's job.
But if
so.
she just tells me some information that could get me in trouble, me going to give that information to someone else, then that means, oh, hey, I'm going to go tell whoever I'm looking for. So I kind of want to keep that as close to my chest as possible.
Okay.
So why don't I run over to the inn and see if I can find somebody
Okay.
down in a bottle of ale.
After about a half-hour trek across town, if even that, you get into the Shield Maiden Inn and you walk in and you see Gojin, Sorel, and Darmus eating potato cakes.
Okay. So why not?
As you guys are sitting there just chomping away, and you're all looking at each other, and Sorel, you're getting the update of what it was like to be out there fighting in the Castle Firin. You're getting the, oh my god, hundreds if not thousands of undead necromantic storms that create these undead, that it rains blood from these necromantic storms, and bones that assemble into these wandering mobs of zombies that all of a sudden seem to uniformly at one time turn, face the south, and start walking away. It kind of makes you feel, without even a knowledge arcane roll, that maybe the Whispering Tyrant's not as locked away as everybody's led to believe.
Yeah.
That maybe he's not on the battlefield, but the field is still being manipulated by him. But then again, even if you locked up a very powerful Aspis Consortium person, doesn't mean the organization grinds to a stop, does it?
No, but we also heard rumors that how many people are in the bar?
4. You see the 3 farmers that came in that were kind of giving you guys, or was asking some shit earlier? They're still here. They were joined by one other because it's off their work shift. Otherwise, that's about it. You do know the Shield Maiden Inn does have a private meeting room you can go to.
Well, I can tell you that we heard rumors that a former friend of ours that had a book and a cart, and my brother are looking for something up in that area, and he may be the one behind the storms.
That's where you walked in. You walk in right when you hear, well, my brother and ex-colleague that had a cart might be behind some of these necromantic storms. Kitty, you actually get a knowledge arcane on that.
There was a...
Because you've already done some studying.
Elven contingency went up there.
As you say that, you know for a fact that is not the case. This is actually a signature mark of the Whispering Tyrant. Before he moved into an area for combat, that's what he did. It was his way of demoralizing the troops he's getting ready to face.
Okay, so I'm gonna walk through the door, obviously.
Kitty, no perception check.
Look for the trucks and slide on over there to find Sorrel. And I'm just gonna be like, hey, I have an idea.
What's that?
Can you make...
Potato cakes?
Oh, even better. Can you make fire?
Yes.
Okay, because I just found a cornfield and I want to set it on fire so we can make some popcorn, dude. I got the best thing for you.
I think there are easier ways to make popcorn, but okay.
I don't know how that's going to go. Let's set the field on fire? How much popcorn you need?
Well, how much gossip you guys got? Because I got some tasty. Found out Dramus is nearby. He's possibly going to Atarak.
He's looking for the Book of Infinite or something like that.
Yeah, but maybe we should find him first.
No.
Why no? Where's your sense of adventure?
We are strictly forbidden to go there because our baggies with the Libertien Council will fuck everything up.
Ooh, you got a point.
I've already tried that avenue, and I was shot the hell down.
Well, that's because you're too big to hide.
Oh, I hid quite well. I've heard it all.
Okay, well, you just took my fun away, so...
I'm sorry.
Whatever. I still want my popcorn, though. There is a lot of parchment in the Pathfinders Guild. And they don't know how to organize shit.
Chronicles they do, but all the scrolls are like the same thing. Sitting on shelves. This is going to be a nightmare.
I mean, there's got to be a way to, like, teach them how to bookbind parchment. Something.
I heard they aren't very organized.
Okay, so what did you guys find out?
Oh, here's something that might pique your interest. We got to ride in a cart back into town that has to find its way back to Kyonin. Ever been to the Elven City?
Not personally.
No.
Well, hey, I figured Kitty would be curious to know what it's like. There's a cart that has to be delivered back to an individual there in Kyonin.
Ooh.
So instead of popcorn, you could go visit the elves.
Are you trying to get rid of me?
No, I'm trying to make up for disappointment. How's that?
Aw, that's awesome. Cart ride.
I think you made her whiskers twinkle on that one.
Well, I disappointed her, and I don't like doing that.
Uh-huh. Okay, so... is anybody coming with me to go see the elves?
Man, I really want to, but I don't know what they're going to take on me.
I cannot, but I will make popcorn for your travel.
Woohoo! Popcorn!
Oh, you trumped me. Damn angels.
Okay, well...
So you hear it kind of... and it's the barkeep cleaning his glasses. So he's setting them down. He's just kind of shaking his head back and forth. As he's looking at a cat folk in a dancing dress with little vials on it and an angel sitting next to a Trox while there's a dwarf drinking beer and eating his eggs.
You gotta look funny.
Yeah, because you're sitting on 3 chairs, large man.
Oh, I know.
And they're all creaking from your weight.
Yeah, my knees are getting sore. There's a lot of weight on my knees, too.
Miss LeBang, should I get you something to drink? Do you want some cakes for breakfast as well?
Actually, I'm really craving popcorn right now.
I kind of heard that, but I just wanted to make sure I didn't have any of that things. What is this thing called? Poop corn?
Well, it's corn that you set on fire.
That's
lightly. Lightly. Not like totally on fire, but just kind of on fire. Residual fire, maybe?
Oh.
Yeah.
Don't have anything like that. Very sorry. Very sorry.
Oh, but you know what you could do? You could take the kernels from the corn, and put it on a pan, and then cook them, and they'll pop all over the place. Everybody would be so fantastic. Be great.
I'll have to try that.
Okay.
Always gonna blow the bar up.
You know, don't be such a naysayer.
Okay.
So are you sure you don't want to come? Because we can always play the whole bodyguard thing again. I don't want to go by myself. I'll get wrapped up in fame and fortune and never come back.
Well, if it's in the cards, yeah, I'll go.
Sweet.
I've just now seen elves for the first time. They're tiny.
Everybody to you is tiny.
Yeah, but I thought elves would be bigger. Never seen. Yeah, that would be. I'm curious to know.
Yeah, so let's go. Field trip.
That would mean you're not able to research here.
Shush you.
Yeah,
Well,
what do we have to do?
Just the conscious in the back of your brain going, oh, wait, we were going to research something. Ooh.
Maybe we should plan
Look,
it.
ball of yarn, shiny bell. Let's go running over there.
We should plan. Yeah.
Yeah, we got to figure out what we got to do with this item we brought in.
Okay. Well, then I think I'm going to go back and research all by myself and hang out with gnomes. It'd be great. Just let me know if you guys find anything else, and I'm going to go back to the Pathfinder Guild and go.
You get a knowledge history.
Woo! Ouch. Oh. Knowledge. History.
Yeah, you know that they only do the ceremonial marks once a month, and that would be coming up in about 5 days. So you've got 5 days before, if you've earned your marks, you'll know and actually be brought to the ceremony.
Oh, well, shit. Then we shouldn't leave, because I want to get my little mark.
Yeah, we got to do that first. But we do have a way to possibly go to this elven city, so I know you won't forget.
Probably not. The thought of elves, that sounds great.
Well, you know the cart was going to be parked here for a while before it goes on to Cryonin, so...
Correct.
Yeah. Valerian said that it would rest here until he got back.
If he didn't return, it was to go to the Conan place.
Remember his wording? He said, if he didn't come back, it will go to Cryonin.
Uh-huh.
So... Okay, you guys pass by a little bit of time, finish up breakfast. At which point in time, what do you do from there? I'm going to break it into whole group activities at this point. You do have upwards of 5 days before any ceremonies could take place. You do not have any of your weapons. You do not have any of your wondrous magical items. Is there anything else you want to do? You can still buy normal items within town, but you're not allowed to carry weapons or wear armament right now. In fact, Tim, yours and Gojin's were collected when you came back into town. But since you got an exoskeleton, I can't really take that thing off.
Yeah, I get a nice +2 to my armor.
Yeah.
Oh, give Sorrel a hand. What's he trying to do? Find somebody who's possessed? I can still cast. I think.
Are you giving him the 411 on that possession again, Sorrel?
When we can find a quiet.
You go back to the Mages Guild. Or the Pathfinder Lodge. One of the two. Mages Guild?
Yeah, we'll go to the Mages Guild.
Alright, I will move the group over there. New players may get a dark screen for a moment as I'm bringing up the Mages Guild.
So you've been in contact with your girlfriend back in Karamaga?
Yes.
I'm just checking to make sure. In case you forgot, I didn't think you did.
No.
Anything new?
It's usual work stuff for her.
No, Karamaga. How big was the library there? Did they have a pretty good library?
It's huge. If you can afford it.
Well, yeah, there's that. I'm just thinking in our research, we can't find it here. That would be the next place. I would think we might have info.
Yeah, that would be a good place to check too.
You could always talk to
So am I going back to the path?
No, you
the
won't.
room. Who was that part of the summit? That older, the one that was the chef that took a liking to.
Oh, yeah. Svaros.
Yeah, wasn't she? She was part of the. She might be able to.
He's one of the owners, yeah.
Okay. Got friends in high places. Well, I don't know if to call it a friend, but an acquaintance.
My old boss. She may be a little mad at me yet.
I think that's everybody in the group right now. I'm going to move them down into the 4th and 5th tier rooms. Chandler, you guys will talk there.
Okay.
Who cannot see that's online?
I can't.
Well, black for me, but I haven't moved the map around now.
Scroll down to the
Bottom
bottom of
left.
the screen. See if you see anything illuminated.
Nothing.
Bottom
Okay.
left, you say, huh?
Yeah.
Out of
I
darkness.
see.
Oh my god, I'm
There's a lot
going
of black.
blind.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, roll 20's touchy like that. I don't like how it always drops your field of vision too when you come into an area.
Ooh. I have another energy drink in the fridge.
That's awesome. Very cool. Okay, Sorrel should be able to see. I'm looking at characters here.
Yep.
Kitty should be able to see.
I do not.
Did you scroll all the way to the bottom?
Yeah,
The map?
all black.
Wow. No, it's allocated.
Speaking of characters, Gnomish Engineer doesn't seem to have a sheet, or he can't find it. We were just discussing it privately.
Yeah, roll 20 is going really, really slow.
That's it. All right. I still can't see, and I might be blind as far as not being able to find the character sheet.
It should be under Bosco. Let me double check and make sure it's allocated to you while I'm trying to edit light settings too. Yeah, that's the only thing I don't like about Roll20 is they've gotten so much use of their platform. They have not scaled these systems at all.
I'm going to exit out the lobby and see if that will help fix it. Because I didn't see Hungry Gnome's character sheet either.
Yeah. Some of them will come in grayed out too.
Yeah, it also doesn't help that I'm not using the proper interface for Roll20.
There's that.
There's a proper interface?
Yeah, they don't like Edge. They don't like Edge.
No one likes Edge.
Oh. No, it's even worse than that. My ass is too broke to own a computer.
Oh,
Are you using a tablet?
I'm using my cell phone.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's rough.
It's going to be really hard to...
It does work. I've done it driving before.
Yeah.
It does work. It's unpleasant. But when I moved down to the lower 48, I had to leave all my shit up back home. So that was a fun experience.
Been there. I'm going to turn on global lighting for this map. Well, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to resolve what the problem is. You see Chandler, correct?
I do.
And Colleen, you still don't?
I see nothing but darkness.
Because I'm a light mage.
You're Sergeant Schwartz now? You see nothing?
There any girls?
I'm attacking
Where
the
the
darkness.
Doritos?
Yeah, that was awesome. Back in the
Attacking the
day.
darkness.
Because I'm a light mage.
Oh, mine was an old Hogan's Heroes reference.
Hey, look now.
Okay.
No,
There we go.
Whoa, look at that.
Sergeant Schultz.
Okay.
It's funny, I tell people at work, I'm going with the Sergeant Schwartz defense, and all the young people don't understand it, and all the old people are like, oh, yeah. I know nothing.
Nothing.
Yep, I see nothing.
You see nothing?
I actually used that in one of our chats recently.
Colonel Klink. What an idiot.
And Sergeant Schultz. Yeah, I'm waiting for Roll20 to catch up here. I'm not sure why it's having the issue it's having.
Is somebody trying to use a phone to access it?
No, it's not that.
Fucked up. Jeez.
Oh, it's running on a phone in the background.
That is awful.
That could be. That could be.
My server's an Android.
Well, 20's got a bunch of potato batteries running as their backup.
Well, that's because the hamsters got tired over COVID.
Oh, that's messed up. Well, I think what I'm going to do is I've allocated some.
You gonna build them a server that works?
No, I'm actually going to allocate generic character tokens and give vision to them real quick. That might solve the problem. Roll20's not allowing the bright light generic token that emulates light to light up the area for you. And I don't know.
There's some really awesome virtual tabletops out there. The problem is there's one thing that Roll20 has that none of them do, and that's a frickin' forum that's set up for looking for groups.
Yeah.
Because like Astral is really awesome. It just only has a Discord. And has no website dedicated to it where you can actually like assign games and stuff, which means it's been relegated to obscurity. And Fantasy Grounds is just cumbersome.
Yeah.
Alright, I know that we were joking about me slowing down the server, but when I leave, it helps speed it up?
No.
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 Alright, cool.
Oh.
Just had to check to see if I offended the gods. Praise be.
Don't worry, the gods are crazy. Which is a good movie.
Wait, hold on. I don't see a Coke bottle. We're fine.
There you go. That's a good movie for its day. So you guys know I'm actually drawing you guys out generic looking tokens and giving them lighting to hopefully give you guys a vision range.
Thanks.
If you start to see things, it is on the. They will be on the bottom of the map that everybody's currently on. So if you start to see light, call it out so I know and I'm not tweaking with there.
I see the room.
Okay.
For me, it says. Oh, sorry.
Probably said dragon eggs waiting to hatch or something weird like that. You say some weird shit.
Is it bad that when you first said, if you start seeing things, and my first thought was, you're hallucinating?
There you go.
Been there.
Put the psychosilva
it
down and
sounded like
step
that.
away from the hallucinogens.
You're calculating spines, gathering steam.
Wow, roll 20 is really lagging today.
It's not my fault. I didn't do it.
It's my fault. I'm playing on a Dell.
Well, yeah, there's that.
I can't say.
Dude, I got a Dell.
Well, there's your problem.
I am so glad I paid as much as I did for my computer because I want to make it last for like 8 years.
This is company provided. I'm not complaining. It's free.
I mean, I
double.
I paid
Sorry.
about $2,300 for my tower, and it's got 48 gigs of RAM in it.
Yep.
Nice.
Like I said, I want it to last until my 7-year-old is in high school, with minor upgrades.
Recently performed an upgrade. I doubled the amount of electrodes in my potato, so now we're good to go.
That's awesome.
Got a bigger potato. Yes.
I
Add a
got a
little bit
bigger
of salt
battery.
to it.
I went to sweet
I added
potatoes.
some yams into the circuit.
There you go.
Exactly.
I'll
The
give you a couple
sprinkling of
reps.
salt made it so the pixies danced 15% faster. We are Gucci in this place.
I know who I rep but don't like them. They're not compatible.
I just retired my 8 core i7 860, and I pulled the smart data from the drive, and it's a flying head hours was 11 years 8 months.
Wow, nice. Good roll
Yeah.
there, man. Good roll there.
That's why everyone who doesn't really know stuff, like everyone thinks Alienware is this amazing stuff, and I'm like,
Nope.
no, it's
No, it's
just
not.
overclocked and then cooled
Yep.
down.
That's what's kind of funny because we kind of do the older brother, younger brother kind of computer technology in the family. So my oldest rig is the one my youngest son has, and it was built in 2004 in a Landboy box, and it's still running a Q9200 that was overclocked to 3.2 gigahertz with 24 gigs of RAM. Colleen's running an i7 that's got 64 gigs of RAM, and I'm running an i9 that's got 128 gigs of RAM and M2 drives. And so it's kind of like, it's neat to say like, well, I built that sucker and it's still, 2003 and still rocking solid. So
I was gonna say, like 2004, and you had 24 gigs of RAM is pretty impressive on its own.
I was debating if I was going for the dual processor back then, actually, believe it or not. So they had a few motherboards you could get. I've got everybody, I think out. Actually, I think I got 2 boxes.
So many people use quad cores and they don't understand or have the stuff in them to actually allocate the cores properly, so they just get wasted and sit around.
Yep, I'm an Affinity
Yeah.
fan. Okay, so I got.
I'm still just trying to figure out what the fuck you need 128 gigs of RAM for.
Stuff.
It's like for if you want to leave all of your Steam library open at the same time in the background.
Oh, because some games, like freaking, anyone played the newest BattleTech? You
Yes.
need like 16 gigs of RAM just to play that game properly. You can get by an 8, but you still need 16 gigs of RAM just to run that game well. And
I
it's
didn't
just a
realize RAM
turn-based game.
Okay,
I didn't
hey,
realize RAM requirements got so high in the last couple of years.
hey, Bosco and Nomish, can you guys see now?
Let me verify it. No, it's still a black box for me.
I could see before, but now I can't.
Okay, let me look at this.
No, not the color of your cell phone.
I mean, you definitely fixed it. I have no vision at all now.
Okay, I know what it was. There was a dual for you, unfortunately, and I removed the wrong one. it's just going so slow when I click and I go delete. It's like, oh, I wait a few minutes and then something happens. This is like going back to Windows 95 or Windows 3.11, man. This stuff is...
I mean, you're describing my job.
Yeah.
Windows me.
I'm not using
I'm worried about whether or not I can see, because all 3 messengers I have to like run the graphics back and forth, they're on smoke break right now, so it's all right.
I mean, Windows 95 was a pretty decent system. I mean, in 95.
Yeah,
Better than when it was Mojave came out and everyone was like, they were trying to sneak it by. Everyone like, it's this great thing, and it still sucked.
Hmm.
Alright. I'm about to go step outside, so I'll have myself muted, but I can still hear.
Okay.
I just don't want a
Oh,
shitload of wind blowing into the mic.
I
Okay.
appreciate that.
that's nice. Sounds like my ex.
You got her number?
I mean, my name is Mike. Does that work?
Oh, I get it.
I have to be on push to talk, so there's maybe times if you like directly talk to me and it takes a moment before I reply, it's because I walked away from the computer, because I don't think you want to hear a 7-year-old shrieking about zombies in the background.
Nope.
Been there, done that.
Not really. Maybe in the apocalypse.
I mean, it's like he's the best thing that happened in my life, but that man loves that little kid loves Plants vs. Zombies so much.
I used to love that game too. Totally understand.
He ate all the licorice, just the Red Vines bucket, just to get the bucket to use as a helmet.
Oh.
I don't have cute stories anymore. All of my boys are adults, and now they just are assholes.
I've always said from the start, I don't have a problem with my kid. If he's going to be 24, 26 and still living at home, I'm okay with that. Just buy some food and pay some bills.
Yeah.
See, I'm okay with that.
And have a job.
Well, yeah, definitely.
Take your girlfriends to the hotel, not here. Or take him to your mom.
Well, by that point, Grandpa will probably have bought him his own house. My girlfriend's father, my God, I can't believe what he freaking makes. He does trucking dispatch, so he literally just hooks up truckers with freight. He got a $300,000 bonus 2 weeks ago.
Wow, must be a good hookup.
Like, he bragged about that, and I was just like, what? Huh? That's 6 years of income for me.
Mm-hmm.
I checked the shipping manifest against the weight of the cargo containers to make sure it's all on the up and up. Because what the fuck?
Well, there's a program, basically there's loads out there, this is all the freight out there, and then there's all these, obviously truckers, and he calls them up, he arranges a deal, he takes a 6% cut of the amount. Plus everyone he's recruited into the company, he gets 1% of what they make for their loads. And he's recruited 40 people into his company.
There you go.
He's on the phone day and night too, I bet.
He basically works part-time. He gets there about 9, might go home by 3.
I'm sorry, for that type of wage, I'd be more than happy to work a 50 or 60 hour week.
Why?
Like,
At
that
that
would be
point,
fucking
though?
worth it.
At that point, though, why?
Because I'm already working 50-hour weeks for way the fuck less than that.
But I'm saying though,
Might as well.
if you're getting, like $2,000 a day, why not work part time? Why work harder? You don't really need more at that point.
No, I'm just saying, like, ignoring the part-time part, that job seems worth it. You throw in the part-time part, and it seems a bit excessive. Like, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah, she works. Like, they literally, like, at her grandmother's house is where their office is. They're just privately owned. Like, she has no benefits. She's technically an independent contractor. But I give her the benefits, so that works in the rear. But she goes in at 9, gets off at 2, makes about $1,500 to $2,000 a week. And I'm like, God damn, I work way harder than you and make less. Or someone's got to provide some medical benefits to the family. Hey, I can see stuff.
Hot damn.
Nice.
Oh, keep the trucks in the dark.
Are you still in the dark, Tim?
I got tremor sense. I'm fine.
You're not even. I don't even see your character in there, Tim.
I changed his icon. His other one kept giving us problems. Remember, it would not attach to his character sheet.
Oh yeah.
And every time, so I gave him another one which seems to attach to his character sheet, but it's not actually keeping his light set. This one's I don't know, man. I think it is something that you've done either with some of the scripting in it or something, because even this new token does not want to stick to your character, even though it's in your character as the only token available.
Oh, I should probably mention this if I do stick around, since you're assigning stuff to characters. My fountain pen has 60-foot blind sight, so I know that's a weird thing to say, but it's technically my familiar. It's a calligraphy worm.
Cool.
They can turn in. They have an alternate form of a golden fountain pen.
Cool.
Where they retain.
Anybody not able to see right now?
Oh, hey, I can see.
Yep. I can't.
And that's Bosco, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm still blind, but I'm used to the theater of imagination, so we're cool.
And that's Gnomish Engineer?
That is correct.
Yeah, we can go on without me.
Okay. What I'll do is, instead of sitting here trying to diagnose this anymore, I'm going to stream over to Steam, or to Discord. So I'll just start a stream there. It's no big deal.
That sounds great.
You'll just see my backside of it. You'll just see my backside of it, and you'll go, "Oh wow, this dude does have a lot of shit going." So there we go. You guys should see the stream starting up now.
Pretty much.
97 tabs open, which I've seen when people broadcast it. That's not a joke either.
Yeah, no, I use more than that actually, but yeah. Okay. So, you have made it all the way over to the College of the Mages Guild. You get inside there. You guys see 3 spiraling towers in the front. One large one at the back goes up about 3 stories. The whole of the building itself has what looks like a bluish kind of outline to it, but you notice something that you would have walked by before, but you've seen it now up close. Very telltale lines go through the stonework in a very unique geometric pattern underneath these unusual magical runes that you see kind of float in the surface of the stone. Your eye automatically catches that as geomanic patterns that are built into this building.
Oh.
So you're figuring whoever built this probably close to a geomanic line so that they could tap that power. But it does look like a building probably about 500 years old, so it's seen its days. No scorch marks on the side of it. Still got the classic whitewash of VIgil. Otherwise, as you come up to the front doors, you watch them open. You come into a main room where you see a magic area. No one has magic on it, so you don't see anything go off. You take a right down a hallway. You come into what looks like a double bedroom. And in the middle of it, you see this glowing blue energy sphere, which is crackling with static electricity, but not making your hair rise or anything else like that. You can actually feel the pulsate of energy from it. You can notice above is an iris in the ceiling above it as well. It looks like thaumaturgic devices in the ceiling above, along with some arcane script going off. But once again, you notice around the base of this spherical chamber where this blue energy is being held at that's rippling through, you can see these geomanic lines in there as well. But you can also directly see areas where it looks like this may be an intersection between a geomanic line and a ley line as well.
Let's not mess with it.
So whoever built this knew what they were doing. All right. I don't think there's anywhere more private than this, since most of the students would try to listen in on the teachers anyhow. You see, I think, Sorrel go over and grab one of the chairs. There's a couch up against the wall as well. So...
Well, I'll use the couch. Hopefully it'll hold my leg.
You literally take up the entire couch.
Yep.
It creaks.
Rock's chair.
I'll give the chair to Kitty and sit on the ground.
Fold your wings behind you.
Yep.
I think I still got my saddle.
Hey, this is
I'm good, thanks.
fantasy game, so I want to sit on the floor because I know I can get back up.
Okay. Funny. Okay. You have the privacy you wanted.
Yep. All right.
Squire William goes, should I excuse myself, sir, during this conversation?
You can hear it.
Okay.
Spill it, Sorrel. Spill it.
Well, the story starts with Ikovas. He's apparently an heir to the throne. I think it's Celephus.
Mm-hmm.
There's a necromancer here from Ustalav that wants to kill him. Now, here's where it gets interesting, though, is Ustalav is sort of in a sleepy war with VIgil. So we don't exactly want to outright provoke them.
Oh.
The necromancer that is doing this, I believe his name is Vamore, and he's inserted himself in the place of Valerian's familiar.
Who's Valerian?
Valerian is, help me, Robert,
She's a Procentory magic of the magic circle.
Okay,
Oh.
yeah.
She's the battle lord of the mages for the Watcher Tower.
Cool.
Yeah.
He's not aware of it?
She's not aware of it, no.
Gee, oh, sorry. Mm.
So the hard part will be trying to figure out how to make her aware of it, if we even can, without her familiar finding out.
Well, did they're linked, aren't they? I don't know.
But remember, possession isn't readily detectable because the mind and knowledge of the host is still there. It's not sequestered, depending on the level of spell. Tim, you can do a knowledge arcane on it.
Oh, with my 10 intelligence, I'm gonna rock this bitch. Yeah, it's not. I do okay, but this is probably beyond my arcane ability.
No, you got high enough. Yeah, possession doesn't necessarily make anybody aware without actually using divinational magic. That's why it's so malign, is that it can hide and people actually get blamed for the crimes that they're committing while they're possessed, when it really has nothing to do with what they did. It's just their body's being used like a meat puppet. The question you would have is normally in a possession, that would mean that the possessor left its body somewhere and it's using its soul like a magic jar to inhabit another host, which means they're very vulnerable. So maybe you could use a discern location to track it back.
Yeah, what's the range on?
There is no
Does
range.
the body have to be somewhere in the city?
No. Plane of existence, bro.
Oh,
Yeah, so he could be anywhere. Sorrel, this is where you kind of know some things too. I don't know if you could know.
How did he get? Doesn't he have to have line of sight for the familiar? I mean,
at one point.
Yeah.
Here, give me 5 minutes. I got to reset my boss's password.
Okay. So I'll answer for Sorrel for a second, Tim. He'll say no. From the analysis we got, basically he's using a higher actual spell version of it. So he's using an 8th circle spell to do this possession, which means he doesn't actually leave his body anywhere. His body is actually moving from possession to possession. And all he ever needs is line of sight to the other thing he's wanting to possess. So he's leapfrogging. And what we found is there was a boy that was missing in the field, and I was able to, as one of my mundane jobs, go out there and engage the Inquisitors from Last Wall, from the Halls of Justice. We were able to get Temple and her Inquisitors to help us with an inquiry. We found that the boy, after my research, was not missing, he was possessed. Lost track of him, but did find that it had jumped 3 to 4 times moving through the city over a week's period of time, and it must have at one point been able to position itself to where it saw the familiar for the Procentories. Maybe it was flying to retrieve a message, whatever, but that was enough because all it needed was line of sight to make its jump. There's another caveat too. This is a Nosferatu from Ustalav. It's not just a necromancer, it's a Nosferatu.
It's a vampire.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So, how's he going to use a bird or a...
The question... It can leap with the spell, and since it can leap, could it have also infected the Procentories?
Well, if their minds are linked, could he just use the link to jump?
Good question. Which means the War Council for the Watcher Lord Zagrol may be compromised by a Ustalavian possession.
And who all knows about this? How far up the chain does it go?
It sounds like you guys are the only ones that know right now. So.
Well, if we sound the alarms, that yeah. And so that's why he was using the guy in the bar. What was he using that highly religiously imbued man for?
Oh, Sorrel?
Yes, he was talking to the man that we saw that.
Oh, Sorrel would respond. Sorrel would respond back. Chief investigator for the Hall of Justice, Temple, was aware of the special arrangements with the ex-Watcher captain because his services were needed actually several years back when there was a demonic incursion. Something had gotten past the ward stones in the World Wound and made it this far south, and it was a Strixien devil. Or demon, sorry. And it had actually been flushed out by him because it was trying to make its way to the Watcher Lord. And his abilities were revealed by the Watcher Lord at that time. But up until that point, no one knew why he was given ex-commander status and how long he's been ex-Watch commander or captain. He's a mystery, but Zagrol knows. Zagrol understands, but we've not really gotten any great audiences with Zagrol yet. You know, he's fighting a war, and we're kind of passing through.
So he was able to tell you where he's at now. Dispossessed.
Kitty, you get a knowledge history.
Okay.
Oh no, knowledge nobility. Knowledge nobility. Tim, if you have knowledge nobility, you may roll it as well.
I do, but it's so...
Are you fucking kidding me?
That was a bad roll.
Yeah, it was. Cat's luck.
You can. You can call your cat's luck for the day. Yes, you can. Okay. Ooh. Oh. It just dawned on you. They said that a red carriage came through that they rode back in from somebody that went out with the Shining Crusade.
Mm-hmm.
You would have to ask them, Kitty, was the owner of the carrion Valerian Jakar?
Yes.
Oh, shit.
They're not hunting Ichvanavus, they're hunting Radagast, the Tefling with him. He is a Vernhold. He's actually the little knifey dude with the sharpie teeth and the red leather jacket. He's actually, you know this from Pathfinder Chronicles turned in by Jakar, he's actually one of them. He's actually a blood heir to the founders of Ustalav. His bloodline goes back that far.
Is that why?
Because in Pathfinder Society, it's believed that Radagast is actually not a Tefling, that he's actually a half-fiend, and that there was the embodiment of some devils that actually worked with the original founder of Ustalav and his bloodline. And that's really, the bloodline's not quote-unquote like Varisian. The bloodline of the Vernholts is actually diabolic, and it's a demon bloodline. And he shows some of the greatest qualities of it. And that is well known to the Pathfinder Society that the Vernholts aren't actually Varisian, they're actually Devilkin. And that's why they were able to unite a nation and do a lot of the things they did. There was a diabolic influence the whole way through. That's also why they still stood against the World Wound, because they had no love affair with the demons. Law versus chaos thing.
But then why would he be turned into...
He's not. Remember, Teflings have some inheritancy of another outsider's influence. Could be demon, could be devil. Doesn't mean they have that ethnic alignment, but his shows it in his teeth, and you do know he is a Tefling, which means that's diabolic or demonic taint there going on. Just like sorcerers usually have dragonic bloodline, and that's why they have their innate powers. The same would be true. He just shows it more. So it might not be the Damphir Ichvanavus that they're after, because Ichvanavus is the son of a count. He's called a prince, but he's still the son of a count. Whereas Vernholt's, where Radagast Vernholt is a son of the Vernholts that actually established Ustalav. That would be an heir to the entire kingdom. That might unite the 12 different countries. That's something the counts and dukes of Ustalav would never want. Absolutely never want. So he's probably who they're hunting. But you now come across this corruption inside of VIgil, which left unchecked could cause problems with that soft war going on to the east. And you've heard about that because the vampires plague I think it's the Dirmus Ranch on a regular basis. So, which that ranch, the Dorttrot Ranch, but the Dorttrot Ranch is the one that supplies thousands upon thousands of horses to Last Wall's forces for the knights that are in VIgil. So, if you ever wondered where they get 10,000 horses, it's coming from the Dorttrot Ranch where they have almost 500,000. But that area is constantly plagued by different types of Damphir and vampires that come over from Ustalav and try to make a foothold. That's part of the reason that there's Hammerrock Fort, to help support that ranch. Because there's a main line between VIgil and Velimus where actually is the port city that gets into Last Wall. Okay? And that concludes our geography lesson for the day.
And I'm back.
Alrighty, all I did, Chandler, was, if you didn't hear it, updated them that you believed it was a spell that the guy was using, a very powerful 8th tier one that's allowing him to use his body for the possession, which means he can manifest himself when he needs to. And 2, that you worked with Temple, the Inquisitor from the Hall of Justice inside here, and her Inquisitors to actually determine who could help you find this possession. And she was very reluctant and had to review all of your information before she revealed the ex-captain's abilities to you.
Okay.
and you kind of brought that into place, and then talked a little bit about you guys thought it was Ivanovus, but Kitty interjected and said, whoa, you guys said you were with a guy with a red carriage. Was this Valerian Jakar? And Dharma said yes. He goes, he has an assistant by the name of Raddergast. And Tim goes, yeah. Or Dharma would be, yeah, the Tefling dude. She goes, no, he's a Vernhold. He's actually a legacy prince of Ustalav, and he's actually bloodline to the original founder of Ustalav. He's probably the one being looked for who's not here, but either way, you still got this vampire necromancer in town who's able to avoid all of the ability or all of the spell protections in the town because he's actually possessing a creature that's got access.
Yeah, so the War Council may be compromised and no one knows it.
And you also don't know if Procentory is a sorcerer, a wizard, or a witch. You have no idea what her actual spellcasting ability is because you haven't really gauged her and seen what she does. And if it's a witch, then she's actually having her spellbook possessed.
And I do have a question. If you're linked with a familiar via your mind, would that just automatically allow a possession? If your familiar is possessed, could you be possessed at the same time?
Well, religiously speaking, you can be drinking too much alcohol and be submissive to a whatever dulls the mind. But no, the automatic link, like if you possess an Eldion, do you get the summoner? You don't think so, but your knowledge of magic's not that great. You'd have to go to Sorrel for that answer.
That's why I'm asking Sorrel and Kitty. Would allow him a free jump. He wouldn't have to see him. He could just jump from the familiar to the caster at any time. So if he jumps into the War Council and sees a shot, he can take out Zagrol. He might just try it. He can't get the target he wants. Because we know he's a vampire, a necromantic vampire. Probably wouldn't stand a chance against Zagrol, but a surprise attack.
Your knowledge and ability on the name, you can do that for Ustalavian vampires and necromancers. I'll give you that. It's a high DC. Yeah, that got it. Yeah. Well, if he's doing the spell you're talking about, he's a necromancer that's reaching into the 8th level of power within spellcasting. So he's a really fucking somebody. He's on your guys' par of a somebody. So he's not like just, oh, I got a necromancer over here who's doing a possession. You got to add the fact he's also a powerful Nosferatu, which means energy drain, damage resistance, the ability to fuck you up, multiple forms he can take. Yeah, so
he could fuck up a War Council.
Oh, definitely. Well, if they're one-on-one, absolutely. Because you guys are looking at him and you're like, well, he would be a tough fight for a couple of us going at him. Especially if he's prepared for the fight. Now imagine he's going to hit somebody from a War Council in their bedroom while they're fucking sleeping. Element of surprise means you're fucked.
We need to let somebody know. Who all knows about this, Sorrel?
Only us.
Well, do we need to go to your boss, put you on the path, and this needs to go through chain of command pretty quick.
Kitty, I need you to do a perception check, and this is an odd version of perception I'm going to have you use.
Because if Kitty's correct and this target's out of town, he may just now look for targets of opportunity.
Vashili knows.
So,
okay.
Well, this might be the test to get your mark. We need to.
The Squire?
I don't know. It's your call, but I think this is very, very important.
On any of this
well, yeah, I do too.
This was sanctioned by
so I don't know the channels or avenues we have to go through because I was trying to get my sword, not my shield.
The ability for this to be still a very subtle action taking place of subterfuge.
But if I can get close, I think just a simple protection from evil might be able to force his hand or cause the target of the spell to give another save, to resist it, throw it. I don't know. I don't know the level that I don't know.
Guys, I don't want to be a naysayer, but maybe we could send the squire out for coffee or tea or alcohol, anything to get him out of the room, maybe.
Okay.
I'll let you both get a perception. I think Kitty's just trying to be really coy about something. So I'll let you guys use a perception on what she's trying to imply to you.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Okay, you both get the idea that most of you guys walk around with either a mind blank up or magical protections and spell resistances that stop you from being divined, located, or knowledge about you from early being done from divinational sources. The squire's not the same. If they sanctioned a necromancer from Ustalav to come over here to Vigil and Last Wall, he's being watched by other diviners within here to see how his success is going. So you know he's most likely being tracked by the Council of Mages and Ustalav because it's a sanctioned activity that he's on, which means any outsider that has knowledge could easily be popped by a divinational spell or a general inquiry or omniscience ability unless you have something blocking it. True? So the squire sitting in the room is a very viable source of information for any diviner because he lacks any of the protections you guys have. So you mentally are both thinking, not you, Darmus, because it's more arcane. Sorrel, you're thinking he can either mind blank that kid, which is only going to last for a while, or you need to make him forget what he just heard. And you can go back a couple hours and make him forget, and it doesn't hurt. It just makes him safe. He still might pop on a divination for someone who has information, which means somebody could go back in and try to undo your forget, but you just put this kid in a lot of jeopardy.
Oh.
Because now you're talking about Ustalavian spies that are powerful necromancers, which means it's probably got some type of sanction, which means they got wizards that are tracking this stuff. Just like you guys are watching for the undead to get into this area, and there's lots of other things that go on in this town to protect it. The same would be true of any spy missions you went on as well, right?
They want to know if they're found
successful,
out or not.
And that's the biggest thing. Would it pop on a commune? Is he still secret? Is he still safe? Yes or no questions in a commune.
It would be a no.
Right.
Then
but
they
this
into
information has only been revealed to the kid within the last few minutes, so you have the law of statistics on your side, in a sense. Coming from a lawful perspective, the quicker you act, the less chance you have of it being found out.
He's a squire. So
I'm going to use the bathroom, so I'm going to let you guys talk amongst yourself how you look over at the squire and how you want to resolve this. But either way, you need to block what he knows. Or basically you just signed a death warrant for him.
Whose responsibility is the boy?
He's mine. He's assigned to me.
He's a squire, which means he's paying a lot of attention. Or at least he should be.
Well, I was hoping to give him a little experience.
Well, yes. I think you just did.
Yeah, maybe a little too much.
Well, I don't know what you got to do. But it's not going to hurt you, lad. Too much.
I think Kitty has the right idea. He needs to, we'll make him forget and he'll wake up and we'll say he slipped on tea.
Whatever story you're going to tell him, I'm just here to make sure he slips on tea, I guess. I can hold him and squeeze him and call him George. What's the squire assigned to you for? Where'd he come from?
Okay, from, who was the guy we met when we first came in?
Oh, one that sent me And Gojin out to the door.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember his name either.
He got tired of me asking him germane city questions, so he said,
Oh,
William.
have them under you, should you? He shit got rolled downhill and Squire got caught. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
You could go to Yuli and see if for a moment Sorrel she would allow you to have your staff back and explain the circumstances. This is an unusual case. But time is of the essence, and she's probably up in the telescope area watching the troops.
Okay.
You're going to head up there?
You can break the ring.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll head up there.
Gonna pour some tea on the floor.
And turn daylight on.
Yep.
He's gonna slip on tea.
Okay.
We gotta make it look good, kid. You gotta make it look good.
And make sure some gets on the bottom of his shoe.
Oh, he'll walk through it.
Get everybody lined
Or-
up so I can grab you all.
Ride through it or rock through it, however you want to call it.
Move you through the building real quick as you go upstairs. If you're traveling north, so you'll probably want to scroll your screens up to the north as you go through this massive building to the upper layers, where you finally come out
Are
up
we,
here at the
are we allowed
top.
to? Hmm.
You guys come in and you do find Yuli, Tribune Yuli. You come in with a bunch of others. Whoa, you brought friends. Oh, Sorrel. I imagine this is pressing because there's so many of you.
I'm Dormus, this is Kitty, Sorrel needs to talk to you.
It is. I need to ask for my staff for the moment.
You have not got your mark of justice yet.
We don't
Your
have
sword
time
mark.
for that. Okay, sorry.
Trox. Trox.
Shut.
This is the Guild
I got
Hall
it.
of Mages. You'll stay silent or you'll stand out in the outer hall. Please understand you're addressing a tribune. Your haste does not mean your mouth will run. Thank you. Sorrel, you were speaking. You're wanting me to break the doctrines of Vigil for what reason? I need an explanation, and I need it very quickly, it appears.
Squire William, I have placed Squire William in danger. I have found information about the necromancer that is possessing Valerian's familiar. He knows that most of us are under mind blank. He is not.
Oh, so
We
he's
need to make
divinable,
him
and
forget.
this ruse could be easily exposed.
Yes,
So you need him to forget.
correct.
We do not need to break the protocols of Vigil. I keep that in my repertoire of spells. Squire William, come before me, please. Yes, Tribune. He steps into the room. She says, for your own protection, we're going to erase the fact that you were here, and I am going to send you personally back to Roland with a note. She reaches into her quill, her ring to her blouse, brings out a little pen and quill, writes very quickly on it, rolls it up. She says, hold this in your hand. Please, look me in the eye. She says, yes, you see her incantate. Anybody can do a spell cast. But those that make it quite easily, because it's only a 3rd level spell or so, she casts Forget on him. You see his eyes kind of twinkle for a second, and then you see her hold her hand over him, and she goes, Melikrin Habatha. And you watch a flash of light as he vanishes before your eyes. She just teleported him. There. He forgot about the last hour. So he'll probably have questions if you hook up with him again. She looks and goes, Sorrel, you have to be much more careful.
My apologies. I will be more careful going forward.
The secrets of the City of Vigil is one of the most important secrets that we will keep. We're fighting a war. We have enemies to the east, to the west, and to the north. And we don't want to sacrifice even one innocent in that cause, because any sacrifice we make, we know we add to the army's ranks. We don't want to do that. I will not look at this as an infraction. It is easy to forget that you have a page with you. I can't say that I have not done this before in my own life as well. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. So you know, because of your report that you did give to me, which I am going to make to Watcher Lord Zagrol later this afternoon, you will most likely be getting your sword marks. Your staff will be returned. In the case of casters like ourselves, we are not on the regular roster for those that get sword marks, and they're done personally by Zagrol and the Procentories. So you'll be accompanying me, you alone, to the Watcher's tour this evening. She looks at the Trox. Regardless of how your companions feel, they will not be invited. This is not a slight. This is the process we follow. Do you all agree? Is that okay? And the sensitive information you have, Sorrel, will probably be presenting at that time. I have requested that Hall of Justice Inquisitor Temple be in attendance as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome. She cocks her head sideways, and I'm going to answer a question for you. She goes, the rest of you are dismissed. The rest of you leave the room, I imagine?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Everybody steps out of the room. Door shuts behind you with a flick of her wrist. She says, I know you're probably wondering about Temple. So that it doesn't shock you in case it's brought up by Zagrol because he's got a loose tongue. She goes, Chief Investigator Temple was actually afflicted with vampirism, Nosferatuian version, early in her youth. That is why she does not have any hair. She was brought back to life and that curse was purged of her, but her hair never grew back. That is why she is one of the few pale white-skinned and unhaired elves you will ever meet. But Zagrol every once in a while will call her Bitey, and that's what that comes from.
I see.
I think she actually attempted to attack him. That's the way the rumor goes, but I haven't got an official tell of the story.
Thank you for letting me know.
Yes. I will see you later this evening. Please smooth over any ruffled feathers you might have with your colleagues. I understand that battlefield protocol doesn't follow city protocol, but they're in a city and they're not in a battlefield. And we all have things to say, but we need to learn when we say them.
I will make sure they know.
Thank you. At that, you all come out the door.
Take your trash chute. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay.
Tell her what we found out.
I think you already reported before, didn't you?
What's that?
You reported last session, if I remember right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
told
sure
her last session.
Yeah, but we have new information. Look, we just found out in the bar, or in the room downstairs, that poor squire heard. Does she know that?
I don't think so.
Might be safer to tell her at the Tribune tonight, right?
Yeah, yep.
So that'll be protected because you'll be by the one tower.
Is it going to wait till then? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Do you guys want me to just pass by time till later this evening? Or do you have anything to do you want to do over the next 6 hours? I will start with Sorrel. Do you have anything you need to do over the next 6 to 12 hours?
Probably need to find Squire William.
Oh, you probably figured he's back with Roland, right? Procentory Roland? Yeah. So you're going to head there and pick him back up?
Yeah.
We won't role play that because Roland got the note and he's like, yeah, it's easy to forget you got a squire, right? Welcome to the war. Welcome to the war, sub-captain.
Yeah, I was trying to give him some experience at higher tiers, but
we gotta balance that. It's really rough, even with the seasoned guys that carry lances on horseback. And it's just because of, I'm sorry to say it, your kind. the Arcanists and the Diviners. You guys can rip shit out of the ether that we don't see on the battlefield, and we can't poke with a lance, man. So we look to you guys to tell us when we should or shouldn't do something along that lines, and we'll make sure we got a piece of plate mail between you and something that wants to stab you. We do our part, you got to do your part. It's not easy, but it's what we got to do. Squire's down at the barracks, and he's waiting for you. He's a little out of it, groggy from what took place, but I'm fully aware, and I've explained to him that there was some magic that went on that he needed to be cleansed of, and he's okay with it. So,
okay.
Nothing to worry about there. No ruffled feathers with the kid. He just thought it was cool. He got to go into the college. He was telling me he remembered going in the doors to that, and everything went black. So he was odd. He was walking in there. So you just made his next year for him, dude. So don't worry about it. He's resilient. Good. Comes from good stock. All right. Well, I'm going to get back to it. I guess I'm going to be seeing you later tonight, from what I hear there, Sub Captain.
Good to talk to you again, Roland.
Yeah.
Sir Roland.
No problem. As you're coming out the door, you hear a couple whistles coming out, and you see the Arcanist outside of what looks like the stables. You remember it's just a small 80 by 100 stable, but you see the two Arcanists are out there as they're doing their incantation. Their arms are glowing as the sigils are wrapping around their arms as you watch the door frame begin to glow as they're realigning the portal that's inside the extra dimensional pocket where they keep the horses. You're watching as that whole view kind of spins, and they're turning it towards the south gate as you watch what looks like 500 knights go riding into the actual doorway, but you know they're heading directly out the south gate now. As you see two other Arcanists begin to come in, and they're actually supplementing the other two, as you see they're doing something else, and it looks like they're actually laying an enchantment on the horses as they're going through the portal. As you're watching the Zephyr kind of like energy flow off their hooves as they lift up a little bit. So he must be redirecting them somewhere that they're going to need to fly, you're thinking.
What the?
Because he's doing a mass airwalk on the horses, and it looks like they're doing mass airwalks in unison, one after the other, and it's all four of them are keeping it going after they've realigned the portal to the stables. And literally, you see that five go there, but then you watch the other two Arcanists that were realigning the portal that's the stable. You see them actually take the doorway to the extra-dimensional pocket, and they begin incantating as they're moving it to the north door, where you see what looks like a war carriage coming, and two siege engines along with about 100 troops as well. And you watch two of the back-end casters that were doing the Zephyr spell, it looked like. You watch them nod at their brothers as they walk into the portal and join the group, and as it looks like a siege engine's getting ready to hit it. You see one of them grab the siege engine as he folds around, as you watch runes on his arms glow as he makes the whole siege engine glow. And you understand that he's a siege mage. Both of those guys are. And they're taking their positions on top of the trebuchets. And they're headed off towards the north. Well, if they're going through the north gate, they're probably headed to Hammer Rock. So... And you heard the guys talking at Fenrir that Hammer Rock still has to deal with the fact that there's undead fucking giants that Ustalov sends across the river. And there's nothing like facing zombie giants, man. That's no freaking fun, you know? So, you think about it as a living opponent, and Ustalov's using it as an undead warrior. So... And after a few minutes, all of that kind of subsides. Looks like they probably moved out about 1,000 forces, and you see there's still several thousand more inside that extra dimensional pocket that's the stables, and they're still training. Round the corner comes Squire. Sorrel, I'm sorry I got you in trouble. I didn't know I couldn't go into the Wizard's Tower. Roland told me I'm not to go in there, so I understand until I'm giving orders by him to go in. So, my apologies for breaking policy and procedure. But I won't let you down again. What can I do for you, Sir Sorrel?
You're fine. Don't worry about it. No apology needed to me. I guess I don't know where I'm going next. Where should we go?
I was told you probably need some clothes. Roland whispered you're wearing some pretty, he put it as fucked up shit, but he said you got something really prissy you need to do today, so I'm to show you to a tailor. So follow me. And you look at your garb, and sure, there's acid burns from the fucking blighted black dragon you fought. There's some flames here from the energy beams of the druid you fought. Sure enough, there's pieces of fungus still over here from the blighted forest you went through. And yeah, your clothes are looking a little worse for wear.
I suppose after 9 years in the field, this is a little threadbare.
Mending only does so much, man. Only so much.
But
And the style's out of fashion. It's not the 60s. Bell bottoms don't work, dude.
I do that as a profession. I am a tailor.
Yeah, I still got my
You haven't
Hands
been
and Odd
doing
stuff
that.
on.
Sorry, I just had Kitty tell me to fuck you. She's like, but I'm a tailor. And I'm like, yeah, but you've been fighting with them and making sure they don't die to said creatures. So you haven't been sewing much. Okay, Darmus, do you, that was Sorrel. Kitty, do you have something you want to do this evening? Any more, or just start your inquiries?
I want to either alchemy or some kind of a science experiment.
Okay. You also can start research because unlike the sorcerers and etc., the Pathfinder Guild does get a special exception to the marks of justice. You can't carry your gear, but as long as you are acknowledged Pathfinder of the Lodge, you are able to do research and go into buildings and buy things normally that you couldn't. You still got to get the marks to carry armor and weapons.
Yeah.
Or really look at the shield mark as all Wanderous and armor, and then the sword mark is all weapon-like devices. Yeah. Right. So you can't carry those, but you could start doing some of the preliminary research.
Well, I need to do a science experiment
Okay.
first.
Okay, what's the science experiment you want to do?
I want to make duct tape for Darmus's mouth.
So you're looking for some cloth and some sovereign glue?
Oh shit, we could use spittle for that. That adhesive I think I have a bell for that on my skirt.
Adhesive spittle?
Yes.
Okay. You come up with a good concoction. You're not sure, but you believe you'll have to cast it at that time.
Okay.
But
so
you got that one
got
covered.
that prepared, and then I'll just wander off and do my research back at the Pathfinder Guild.
So you're going to start doing some research there. Okay.
What do you mean start? I'm going to continue.
Well, it's 8 hours continuous. So once you start, you have to dedicate the 8 hours continuous to the research.
Well,
before.
I got some juicy gossip I had to share.
So you have to understand from my DM perspective, until a player says, I am committing the 8 hours to begin the research and I am not going to interrupt this going forward. I'm doing this every day. I'm not making the rolls to begin to tell you how long it's going to take.
Then let's
start that.
8 hours to research.
All right. So you're going to start, so I will actually do the rolls. And for that, I'm actually going to get dice.
Here, you can use...
I got my own.
No,
over 40 years. Thank you.
I have potion bottle dice.
I know, they're really cool, but I'm not building a potion.
You're such a butthead.
I know I am. That's why you married me. Yes. Okay, so that is Kitty. She is now doing that, and I am going to note this in your chat.
Magic.
No, I'm going to note Kitty started research. There you go. That's what had to happen before I started doing the rolls, to tell you guys that it's going to be months, years, what it's going to take to actually get these answers out of, if you can get them here. I can tell you if, when we go to do the research check, if you're within 10 points of what you need, either high or low, you'll know if you can complete the research here, or if it's better served for you to go to another location, and what that location might be. Okay, guys?
Can I get distracted during my research and find like a recipe or something and be like, ooh, I need to save that for later, put that in Pinterest?
Ooh, that's nice. Okay. Do. Now I'm going to go into Darmus.
I don't really have nothing other than I don't know how I have to get my shield. I did my
2 weeks. 2 weeks.
2 weeks to do. Okay, what does it take to get the shield? Now I got the sword. Well, I did my 2 weeks for the sword, but who do I have to report to for my to do a shield?
Roland. Roland covers all of that because you guys went infantry. Roland covers siege engines and infantry. It would have been the others if you did cavalier and mounted. Some of those get other deployments, as you can already see. So.
Okay, well, I have to go report to start my vetted for the shield mark as well.
Okay. Then you're going to do that. Gojin, I'm going to imagine, is just... he's going to hang and do the same thing. Follow along with you. Empress. Was Empress working on that, or is she just working in the clergy doing...
She's still back doing the clergy stuff.
Okay, so she's down in the halls of the Cathedral Sana Iomea. And she's doing... Right. And she's going to continue working inside there to try to tend the wounded that are coming back from the war front.
Yep, that's
so she's going to get her shield just doing that, because she is spending 24 hours a day helping the hundreds, if not thousands, that come back wounded.
Okay.
Especially since some of them have melodies that are very hard to cure.
Remember, Kitty went out to the field too, so she should get both her marks.
You did. You got out there for the day that they were burning all the bodies,
that
but...
was really hard work. I'm a cat.
I know, as a cat folk, you did have to carry a lot of young men to the burial pyre.
Yeah,
so that was rough. Yeah, and your skirt got dirty. I got it. And you broke a fingernail, and that right there is a reason to get a sword mark. See this claw? I broke this fingernail.
What the fuck are you talking about? We have been on an adventure for like 4 fucking years.
9.
Do you honestly
9.
think
9.
I have any fingernails left to break?
No. But
There
that's the
you
funny
go.
part.
She didn't spill any juice.
All right. Okay, so that's Empress. I know she does it. We're back to this. Sorrel, it is the evening. You are sent for. Actually, a carriage shows up outside of the Mages Guild. You actually get into the carriage. This is actually an ornate, think of it more of a French carrier kind of carriage. This has the buck seat in the back that there's actually luggage racks for drivers, and also sidemen's seat with lanterns that come off the top of it, pulled by 2 black horses. They're actually wearing some more finery they've got there. God, give me the name of that fucking coif thing again. I can't remember it.
Coif thing.
Neck. I can't.
Flounce.
The flounce. They're wearing very ruffled flounces and tight vests that actually you can see strips of metal inside the vest, which is very nice. It's almost like like an underlayer laminar jacket in a sense, but very nicely done. They do have swords on their side. You see that they're not wearing gloves, and on the back of their hands they have both the sword and shield mark on their hands. Right hand is sword, left hand is shield.
Well, I hope I'm in a tux.
Well, yeah. Squire William was able to take you to a nice finery. They were able to adjust a nice black suit for you, a black clothing suit for you that had slits in the back to accommodate your wings. They asked if they wanted any finery to your wings, if you wanted anything there. You weren't really sure about that, so you left them. You left them unribboned. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Okay, you ride to the Watcher Tour. Now, this is coming about sunset. As the sun is setting, you see the 4 towers of the Watcher Tour, the 3 smaller ones, entertaining battlements. Behind there is a long cylindrical tower. As the sun sets, you actually see the internal tower, the first tower, the Tower of Iomea, actually begin to glow its golden light, and you can see it through the walls of the primary tower. As you watch that light explode explode out to the outer tower around it. You see the light ripple through the rest of the battlements and the towers that go around it. You see all of the guards enlightened as this light flows across the entire area as the roses bloom as they're growing up the side of the Watcher's Tour onto the Overwatch Castle. And you watch that light permeate through all the whitewashed buildings as you're riding down the main thoroughfare to the Watcher's Tour.
Place is always well lit up.
You notice that it getting close to dark, people are moving into their houses, streets becoming slowly emptied. You're taken up to the Watcher Tour. You come into the main, you see that there's the 4 tribunes on either, or 5 tribunes, 2 on either side, one standing next to Zagrol. You hear light trumpets in the background. Zagrol's stop. I don't want to hear that stuff. I got a fucking headache. You see this half orc come out, full Andamite plate mail. It's got a cut through the top of it. You notice that there's a symbol of Iomea blazing in the front of it, but this is actually of a liquid gold that seems to flow up and down over this Andamite chest plate. You notice he's wearing what looks like these massive shoulder pads to it. You've seen those before. Those are kind of like the shoulder guards of a juggernaut kind of armor, so they're bigger than he is. On his side, you see the Arami, but his Arami's longer than you've seen others before. It's a mithril Arami that he's actually wearing like a belt versus holding it in a sword like a scabbard, or like you would a long sword in a scabbard. So the Arami, or blades of this sword, go around him and tie into a very decorative knot in the front of it, and you can kind of see that it glows with a silvery radiance, and it looks like for a moment every once in a while you see a little eye in the center of it, like the eye of a rodent. Come on up here. Let's get this going. I hate these political things. You see the others kind of looking at him, and you see one lean over and goes, I don't want to hear it right now. I know. Come talk to me, Zagrol. You come walking up towards this very massive half-orc. His tusks are easily 8 inches long as they come out of his lower jaw. He's got a scar that goes over his left eye, and it looks like there's a haziness to the left eye as well. You also see marks on the side of his face that kind of that are burnt into his flesh and his neck. You can do a knowledge planes on that.
Yeah, 1 sec. I gotta get the character sheet out for that.
You think that's actually maybe a mark from a void creature, but you're not sure which one.
Oh, well traveled.
So as you're walking into the main castle, you see that besides all the battlements and colleges that are around her, none of the activities are taking place. You notice that they've got, looks like a little bit of a celebration going on. There's a few servants going around, passing around wine, glasses of wine, things like that. It's more of a formal affair. They're all hanging out by the primary college that's next to the main tower. Zagrol's walking past all of that fanfare, standing next to you, and he kind of like, so tell me a little bit about yourself before we do this ritual. And he's walking by all of the whining and dining shit that's going on.
Okay.
You walk, as you're talking with him, you walk into the main tower, and this is, you've never been in here before. What you see is there is a standard, like, battlement tower that rises up a total of 6 stories. But you see there is actual walkways that connect to a central tower at its heart. This tower is made out of old white stone. It doesn't look like it actually looks like it was built in much haste. There's gaps in the wall. It looks like there could have been an arrow slit here or there, but the whole of the thing looks maybe a few thousand years old and not in the best condition. But you see a banner hanging on the side of it that is a symbol of Iomea, and you notice that it's tattered and very worn, like it had seen a lot of sun bleaching take place. But the unique thing about this is you see these very powerful golden lines rippling through the bricks in this building as they go out to the scaffolding and some of the other bridges that connect to it that radiate to the outer walls of white marble that are that outer tower. And you can just feel this pulsating as you're getting closer into the area. And he gets you inside this main area where you can literally look straight up 6 stories as you see these walkways around this whole entire tower. This tower is not meant to be a defendable tower with rooms or anything else like this. This is nothing more than an outer shell to that tower. Nothing more. And Zagul stops as you're about 50 or 20 feet away from the tower, and he's kind of kneeling down looking at you because you're realizing now Zagul actually stands close to 7'3". So he's kind of looking down, and he's like, so tell me, what have you accomplished, Zarel? What have you done that made your life matter?
I saved the city of Lastwall. I've brokered a peace with the Iron Fang Legion. They have a new home. They didn't have to die. And prevented a war with them and the surface folks of the Nirmath area with
So out of all of those, what are you the most proudest of? Honestly. It's a lot of stuff. What are you proud of doing?
Probably the peace treaty.
He cocks a smile from behind one of those huge tusks that are sticking out of his face. Goes, good. I hope that's what you saw as your life accomplishment. You brokered peace. You didn't bring war to a place. You brought stability. And even though it's fragile in its tenets, and at any time it could be broken by any of those around you, you still got it to a place of ceasefire. You still got it to a place where death did not have to be the daily encounter or gist of the day. You got silence. That's important. It's hard to achieve that. So I'm an adventurer like you were. Now I'm the Watcher Lord. Yeah, nice title. It doesn't change. I wished in some of the scenarios I could have brokered more peace. I wish men I was sent to evaluate, to send here, to VIgil and Lastwall, were still alive. I wish there was a way against the host to the north that I could broker a level of peace, but I can't. The undead don't talk. They don't negotiate. So I have to deal with that. I think part of the reason they chose me to be Watcher Lord is because of my orcish background and my strength and convictions, because we're still fighting the orcs of Bilkson. But I don't want to give you a mark of your sword, because I understand the power you have. I know the others out there, the Procentories, they don't get it, Sorrel. They haven't walked into the Narvath. They haven't stood in a vault and been awed by what they saw. But I have. I've seen the geomanic lines, and I've seen the darkness that can be wrought by them. You have too. I needed to know you weighted the power of peace over the power of war, because I know if I give you back your devices, your level of destruction is something my city may have not be able to contemplate, should something go awry in your belief of how things should work. But knowing now that you see peace as the right outcome, I have no convictions giving you your sword mark. I have no convictions giving back to you those things of yours which I do understand are legendary, and I do comprehend what's wrapped inside of their power and how it feeds you. I once led a group, like you're leading a group. It's hurting epic level cats that don't seem to understand with a flick of their finger they can change the lives of thousands, and by one simple choice they can bring a continent to its knees. But you are carrying that weight and you get it. And you got long days ahead of you. Nothing I can help you with. I have consigned myself to doing the job I needed to do a long time ago. Stopping an imminent war between 3 continents. One of them just has to be eradicated. The darkness to the north at some point has to be cleansed. If that's happening now, who knows? I'm not sure. But either way, I wanted you to know I bless you getting the mark of justice from the other Procentories. And I know I'm slowing you down in what you're trying to do, but you came here for something. And now I'm going to ask you, what is that? Tell me, Sorrel of the Narlmathis, Sorrel of Janderhof, Sorrel of Karmaga, champion of the Iron Legion, broker of the Priest Treaty, of the Narlmathis, saver of Long Shadow, holder of the Bloodstone of Azarani, and wielder of the Staff of Arden. Why have you come to VIgil and to me and my kingdom? No, you speak to Zigrol, walker of the Darklands, savior of the second darkness, defiler of the Abyss, destroyer and revealer of the Dro, settler of the Al-Nakash, and savior of Kyonin. I understand the weight you carry. Share this weight with me for a moment, brother, in our war against darkness.
I seek a scroll pinned by a cleric who overrode, and I hope to use it to help stop the green flame that's afflicting all the divine casters.
The spell plague. You've heard
Yes.
the whisper in the winds then. My own healing powers have done that as well. You know who's the voice? Tell me.
Do I know that?
Yep. The whisper in the wind was told to you by Darmus. That is Azarani's voice in the wind.
Yep. I told you it was her. She's pissed.
It's Azarani's voice.
She's a Nex. We can't touch her there. But you think something with what you're doing will actually bring about a cure to that, or at least the next step in your cure?
Maybe just the next step. I don't know.
That's good enough. We haven't had any hope. I have had several of the battle priests from the field actually pulled off from time to time to help down in Absalon during the first outbreak, which was about 5 years ago. This came after the White Stone Plague that whipped through. We understood what was happening there, and we thought possibly this was the same dead god vexing us with his materials. But that was to no avail. There was a voice in it, but we were able to divine that it was not the voice of the one stone. And we do understand that this is a totally different plague that was not brought on by ore or anything else like that. Thank you for sharing that load that you bear. I will have one of my colleagues speak with you before you leave, so that your knowledge is not lost. I will summon a colleague that is the High Archmagi of Kyonin. He will speak to you before you go, so this knowledge is not lost should you fail in your endeavors. Because where you go, and the things you face, they'll be tough. They'll be very tough. Because if your travels brings you face to face with Nex or Geb, that's scary. Azarani in and of herself an undead goddess. I don't wish that on anyone. But this world suffers under her blight. So end this.
I will try.
We better get back. All those Procentories are all talking. They probably already got their fluffy underwear cracked up their craw. God, to get some of these to walk in one of the Narvas for a while and behold the darkness of a corrupted vault. That would make these kids whip their pants, I think. So let's get back out to it. Thank you for your honesty, Sorrel. You know I already knew all the answers to this, don't you? I just needed to know your convictions. He slaps you in the back. Oh, he's strong as Darmus. He didn't do any damage, but he's strong as Darmus easily.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
No problem. You understand as you're walking out the door. You take the mark, though. If I have need to call you, you must come.
I understand.
If I call because we are falling. Understand?
Mm-hmm.
Then accept the mark. All right, you go back out to a fanfare. It's a little bit of a dinner party. Please do a diplomacy check for me. I want to see if you get on the good side of all the Procentories. That just makes you fashionable. It's already awesome that they're giving an angel sword mark. You trumped that quite easily. The rest of the dinner party goes well. They take you into the Magus Tor, which is actually the Mages' internal college, not the Wizards Guild. But inside there where they do constant practices. Lots of area for spell effects to take place, but they bring you into an outer chamber there where first they do a small ceremony that moves the entire room to the Cathedral of Iomea. The whole room does like a teleport into a holy sanctum there where you see the Procentory of Iomea standing at an altar where she begins doing a prayer. Two others begin speaking as well. You do see Procentory Magnus there. You know she's in attendance. You do not see her owl. Okay?
Okay.
After about an hour, you're asked to approach the altar of Iomea. It is explained to you during this ritual as they're talking that you're standing before the first altar Iomea touched when she returned to the battlefield during the First Crusade as a goddess. That you were welcomed into her first tower, where she stood as a mortal and came back as a god. And now you stand at that altar and you're going to place your hand upon it. And you're going to accept the blazoned image of the sword upon your hand, the symbol of Iomea and the rising star. And that you have now sworn yourself to service to VIgil, that when she calls, you will come. And that you will follow the tenets. And they begin prescribing the help to others. Basically what you're going through is a chivalric code you've heard paladins take. Be kind to others. Do not use your power to hurt the innocents. Do the best you can to protect them. Tell no lie. Hold no untruth in your heart that would hurt or damage another. Do not side with the side of villainy, even if it seems the correct choice. Know that evil walks in every shadow and that it speaks to you from behind every poor choice. And then once you're ready, they ask you to place your hand upon the altar.
I take a breath and place my hand on the altar.
Fort save. See if you rock it, man, or you pass out. Woohoo! Oh, okay. What you see is you see the statue of Iomea that's in the back of this hall area in front of the altar. The altar's in front of it. You watch her light up with white energy as you see golden imagery begin to flow around her. The images are symbols of hers as all of a sudden you hear Shailu go, Sorrel! As you feel the blazing image rip all over your hand, as you feel it parse into your bones, as you feel it etch into the flesh of your magical entity that you know is inside of you, that power you hold. You feel it merge with your eldritch mark. You pass out and drop to your knees. You saw Shilu in front of you, dude. Sorry, Shawnee.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you bastard.
Tim, through the mark, you feel a pain on the side. You feel an energy flow through it as you behold an image of Shawnee in front of you going, Darmus. and it vanishes. Same is true of you, Kitty, while you're studying. Same is true of Gojin.
What the fuck?
Remember her?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
I do.
All right. At that, you're stood up by the girl. Pat you on the back. Yeah, it's pretty intense the first time you see the goddess. It's pretty intense. Knows she sees you and knows she watches over VIgil, but it is in our hands for its safety. Turn around, Sub-Commander Sorel. You are now a vessel and tool of VIgil. Your life is your own, but VIgil is your cause. We are the last wall that stands against the encroaching darkness of the north. We have the Whispering Tyrant as our primary charge. His destruction or his usurping of any of his power is our only mission. Your job henceforward is to protect our world the best you can, because you are a vestige of the last wall. You are that which stands before the dark. You are the keeper of the sacred flame. Go forth now and do your duties. Isaac Ross knight you now as Sub-Commander Sorel of the War Council. You hear a bunch of applaud, and everybody hoorays, and there's some music. And Zagrul, as he walks by you, whispers, "Titles aren't shit. Good luck, man." As he walks by, you see he's got the smile on his face, and he's doing the pandering. He's working the crowd like he has to as a Watcher Lord.
Mm-hmm.
And you see him look back at you, and with an eye, you know he knows you got something you need to be working on.
Yeah.
And that ends the night. Okay. Next day. As you're leaving, one of the Sapphire Knights from the Order of Ozum comes to you. Says, "I believe this is yours." She opens up a bag. She brings out a staff and all your weaponry. Primarily the staff.
Thank you.
Chandler, as you're getting ready to touch this,
Mm-hmm.
you already feel the Eldritch Mark. You can feel the Eldritch power within it, but you already feel the Eldritch Mark. Perception. You see Zagrul looking at you and nodding. Just a single nod. You walk out with your gear.
Yeah. If I think what happened just happened.
Oh, yeah. So. Okay. Rest of the group, do you guys want me to pass by sometime? Sorel, I imagine you're going to start your researching, right?
I am.
All right. I will add Sorel to the researchers now in this project. All right. Darmus, Gojin. I'm going to pass by some time for you guys. Okay. I imagine you're going to go seek out Sorel to kind of get, but you find him he's actually inside the tour. And Chandler, I'm going to describe it real quickly before we break to the other guys. You go inside that main tower, and there's actually a stairway going down inside of it. You see a lot of religious symbols all over a very functional tower for its time, 1,000 years ago or more. But they've actually put in what looks like a stairway that spirals down. It explodes into a network of tunnels throughout the top of the tour that the castle's on. And you come into row after row. I'm not kidding. This is like walking into the attic at Hogwarts, dude. It is a fucking mess, but it's all paper. Paper loosely on shelves, sometimes rolled up. There is no rhyme or reason how these hundreds of thousands of pages of documentation are put down here. It's obviously, this is what warriors do with important information. They file it like this. Okay, so you're looking at possibly hundreds of thousands of sheets of information to read through to try to even get a glimmer of something you could find. But now that you've started searching and Kitty started searching, I will give you guys both a knowledge check. This is knowledge history and knowledge arcane. You need both of them. The rolls are very high. Let's see how you do.
What?
Bummer on that. You'd already burned your cat luck today, too.
I blame you.
Sorrel, yours were too low, too. No clues yet, but you've started the process. Okay.
Okay.
Darmus. After a week passes by, you know these guys are in deep research. You try to meet up with them at night and talk a little bit. You guys do after their day of working. You're fairly sure that everybody, even Gojin, had a vision of Shwani. He didn't know who the freaking elven paladin chick was he saw in his dream. You know, made his arm hurt and shit. And you explained it was Shwani and how she left and stuff.
What was that about?
You know, from Sorrel's depiction, all he says is that you saw it in front of the altar. So kind of leave it like that. No other clues to be found. But can't research it because we got one research project going on at a time, right?
Yeah.
So it'll have to be put on the back burner. Unless you're choosing not to assist with the research and you want to spend this time trying to research a separate project which would figure out what's going on with her. You can let me know that right now.
No, I got to focus on the task at hand.
All right. I'll consider Gojin doing the rest. As it goes for the warriors getting their marks, their sword marks, this is done by Roland. And his is basically you guys are brought to the Watcher's Tour, swords up in the air. They had to put a few guys on some crates so that they could get their swords above your fucking head tracks. It was actually very fancy looking pedestals, but they were standing on pedestals nonetheless. And then same thing, you're brought in before the Tower of Iomea. Okay? There you meet with Zagrol. And Zagrol speaks with you. Since you already kind of heard what Chandler said, I'm not going to go through the same doctrine and then make you do rolls to not say something wrong or anything. You say the right thing because you're fighting for the same cause. So I know that. But Zagrol looks at you and said, Trox, he said, why should I allow you to bear the sword mark of VIgil? Can you swear to me that your own self-interest will not cause you to not heed the call when it's sounded? I know of your past. I know of your brother, and I know of his close proximity. I know of things in your past you wish you could undo. Your past is not a pure white one. It is besmirched by darkness you bore in your heart. Tell me now, why would I believe that darkness can't creep back in? Ooh, dude knew about your past. Guess he did his research, or he's got a lot of mages and druids, or clerics. Well, yeah, he does, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. The guy probably knows the last time he ate a mushroom.
That's a good question. That's a damn good question. I don't know if I have an answer for that.
You need to give him one. He's looking you straight in the face. Those 10-inch fucking tusks coming out of that big-ass face. And you can see the battle on that. You can see the strength in those arms, too, man. This fucker. Yeah, you've not seen him close up, and he is incredibly fucking impressive. You heard
even though he's a little shorter, but damn, he's a big man.
Yeah, you heard he grabbed a black dragon by its throat and knocked it to the fucking ground and was punching it out when his weapon broke.
Well, I know darkness won't creep back in. Because I won't let it.
Ooh, good question.
because I had no idea until one angel sat with me at night and prayed. And I saw, you probably know what I saw.
You beheld the host of heaven.
I beheld a worm god, a multi-headed dragon, so much darkness befalling this plane. And
so you won't let...
In my heart, I said, no, that cannot stand.
So you've already put yourself on the line. You've made yourself the last wall to darkness in your own heart. I can acknowledge that.
Yeah.
I had another with me that had to battle the same demons. I can see the conviction in your face, even though you are a Trox. Believe it or not, I've had to deal with a few of you, but unfortunately it was at the end of my blade. But I know how you work, and I can see your conviction. Know you that I know you tell me the truth because you stand next to the first tower of Iomea, where she stood as a captain to direct the first crusade against the Whispering Tyrant. I know you can tell me no lie standing next to this tower, and I know if there was even a spot of evil within you, its darkness would be clear as the dark cloud on a clear day to my vision. I accept what you've faced. You've seen the death of the men on the wall. You've seen what they've fought for as they move into VIgil. You've seen the death and destruction my people face every day, and you understand how the rest of the world is ignorant to our plight. I know you support Sorel. Be the strong arm he needs. He has many challenges ahead of him. I bore the weight that he bears. You can do this. You have to do this. No one else can. I bless your getting the sword mark and your weapons being returned to you. Know you that at the end of this ceremony, if you hear my call, you must come. Last wall is falling. I need all. But I expect you to temper your hand in your weapons. I expect you to reach out not in anger to any one of the citizens within this town. If there is a punishment that needs to take place, tell the captain of the guard. Let them deal with it. Sub-Commander Darmus. Now get out to the parade. We gotta talk to him. It's time to do the ritual. Same thing. They take you into the Magus Tor area. Ceremony's done there. You see the owl, but it's on the outside of the building. You go in. They do the ritual that shifts over to the Santa Iomea Cathedral. You're in that main room. You hear the beginning speakings of this was the altar that was used by Iomea in the first battle against the Whispering Tyrant. She left as a commander, came back as our god and liege lord. You all of a sudden see the statue behind you begin to turn white. Fortification save.
Oh. Well, I might be able to make it. Fort. We'll find out.
It's good enough to make it.
Well, it's a bad roll, but hey.
You see the light coalesce in front of you, and you see the golden image appear once again, but this time it's not like the image Sorel saw of Xuanyi, though. This one you see a golden warrior standing in front of you. You see radiant black hair flowing down from her head. You see her eyes are closed. You know she doesn't see you. She feels you, but she doesn't see you.
Black hair, who the...
Are you doing anything?
I'm trying to, I guess, in my head, I don't know who it is.
You're looking on the face of Iomea. It was her statue, her long black hair.
Oh, so I thought, okay.
But her eyes are closed to you. You're feeling the energy coalesce throughout the columns around the cathedral you're in. All the statues of her are lighting up. It's like time slowed for a second.
Am I standing or kneeling?
You're kneeling in front of the altar of Iomea just so that you can put your hand on it to receive the mark, sword mark.
Where's it at? Hang on a second. I know I got it right there. Open. I gotta have my glasses on. I can't read because I'm old.
Okay.
We'll say we all.
I just went to an optical thing last week. Or yesterday. Day before yesterday. Mine's going too.
Yeah.
Time is a blur.
It's been a few days.
Yeah.
It was the 3rd. Today's the 5th.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I guess it's more of a prayer. I might even say it out loud. Iomea, you asked me once to save your daughter. Empower me now, and I will exist to save and guard this plane itself.
Her eyes slowly open. You feel the tenets of Magda pushed out of your body. You feel the tenets of other gods you have worshipped pushed out of your body as her blazing eyes burn through you. You feel it reforging your soul and changing you internally. You see that she is staring you, and you see a stare that looked down the whispering tyrant. You see the strength and purity in her eyes and her belief in the people around her, that they can save themselves. And you feel that now embodied inside of you. You can reforge your character as a paladin, but you're going to reduce it by 2 levels doing so. At this point, you can accept Iomea in your heart. And you can replace your war priest levels as a paladin, but you will now swore yourself to the code. You're not sure your soul could withstand another change like this in any way, shape, or form. You feel as though if any god taints your soul or attacks it, you will cease to exist. You've made a final choice.
It's done.
You go ahead and work on it. At that, you see everybody in attendance, your arms stretch out as you say, I accept you, Iomea, as you're lifted off the floor. Sorrel, you hear something lightly as clouds overhead break above the Senate Iomea as you see what looks like a trumpeted core rain radiant light down upon the building itself. The building begins to glow and all the stained glass windows ripple rose-colored imagery across the entire town like it's a kaleidoscope. And then slowly it seals itself right back up. Everything on you is bleached white, Tim. Everything. You have only this symbol burned into your chest now on your actual chitinous shell of Iomea, and it's done in what looks like golden skin.
White?
You're white, bro.
Albino rock.
Yep.
Unique.
At that, you pass out. You wake up downstairs in the San Iomea several days later because you're sitting sleeping. Gojin's sitting next to you. Man, you got fucked up. And we'll go to that later. Okay. That covers all the existing players. Now we're going to break into that research element. So, all right. Already done the rolls.
Here.
Okay. First month, I need Sorrel and Kitty to do a knowledge history.
Why you gotta keep doing that to me, man?
Yeah, no, history is a light subject. It's because you guys chose to research a fact and point in time. It's really rough.
History. Are you fucking kidding me?
You can
Again?
cat-look it. You can cat-look it. It's a different day. Okay.
Yeah.
And then Sorrel. Okay. Nothing. The first month of research. Okay. Tim, you're going to go about respecing your character. I know that's going to take you a while, so I'm not expecting that to be done this game. A lot of research stuff going on. You do not get to readjust your skill points. You only get to readjust your class. Now, if because of this change you lost skill points, that will have to be adjusted by next session, okay? So I believe from your War Priest going down to Paladin, I think there is a change. I think you do lose 1 or 2. Because I think Paladins only get 2, if I remember correctly. It's been a while.
War Priests only get 2 also?
Okay, then you're not going to have to change anything there. You're good there. You will not reallocate any of your ability points either. Those are already locked in stone from your class levels, regardless of what class you were. So don't redistribute any points that way. Do adjust your hit points down, but you will not re-roll your hit points going up. You accepted this change, and it's not actually changing your body, it's just changing your soul. So your physical attributes in that way aren't really changing. Going forward, they will, but you're going to remain at the same hit points, even though they were rolled more as a cleric, I think, if I remember right. Might have been 1 to 10, and it might not be a change at all, but I'm just shooting from the cuff.
He's going from a D8 to a D10.
Yeah. Otherwise, besides that, also note the loss in spells. If you went Paladin, you can choose an Archetype Paladin if that's the way you were going.
Oh, sorry, I just walked back. I went upstairs.
Okay, you're not going to adjust hit points. You're not going to adjust ability scores. You're not going to adjust any of your skill points. And if you're going for Paladin, you can choose Archetype. Going forward, your hit dice will change, though, from the 8 to the 10. Okay?
Gotcha.
Otherwise, besides that, since none of that really matters, per month you can do a supporting research roll, which is you only got to get a 15 to aid the others. It'll give them +2s to their rolls. You can roll for this month, and it's knowledge history if you have it. If you don't, you can still roll it untrained, but you need a 20 to give them a +1.
I have knowledge history.
Okay. So I always count in a random insight from a stranger also helping.
It's I got a 20 without even rolling.
Okay, so you automatically give them +2. Oh, does that help? Close, but no. Okay. Pass by the next month. Roll again, guys.
Can I use my moment of prescience?
Yes, you absolutely can use Moment of Prescience.
Nice.
You can give that to Kitty as well. Since you're able to do it daily and you can give it up to more than one person, you guys can actually... So both of you can get +20 to your rolls. So if you roll...
Help.
Yeah, so if you roll your knowledge for the next month, go ahead.
Whoa, I did better this time.
Nice. Okay, both of you were able to pop high enough. I'm now going to give you a research lead on this. Your lead is... You know divine energy is channeled directly from the god. When the god dies, anything they empowered with the energy goes away as well. It's not like arcane. It's not really stored. There is no stored god power. Divine is a constant conduit. The words only invoke the power. That's why there's no way to resist divine energy, because it's actually live divine energy at that time. Okay? Understanding that means you have to find something that existed before Erodin's death and was taken out of time. Your two options are something in another interdimensional pocket or somebody trapped by an imprisonment spell. If somebody was a priest of Erodin and they were hit by an imprisonment spell, they are stuck in time, buried below the surface, and only able to be freed by a freedom spell. That can be pinned by anybody. But you have to know the exact location at which the imprisonment took place, because you have to do it at the exact same spot. It's not an area of effect thing. So now your researching is going along priests during possibly the First Crusade that might have been imprisoned. So you're now looking for subjects that may have drawn the ire of the generals of the Whispering Tyrants, because a few of the generals of the Whispering Tyrants did like removing figures from the battlefield. Because the problem that they had is, one, the Whispering Tyrant could kill people and automatically animate them as dead and then imbue them with their abilities by awakening them. But also the opposite side could take their very powerful opponents and true res them at any point, which would whip them off the battlefield from his side. So there could have been a few that were targeted this way as a way of removing the piece from the battlefield in its entirety. And a wish won't break an imprisonment spell. So both sides were kind of using this tactic.
Damn.
Right. And now that you're thinking about it, there's a few opponents you would like to hit with an imprisonment spell. Because you know they're kind of like stuck. It's a judgment. They're put in prison. And they're not able to be true resed or wished back. So now you have a focus. Now, also on that focus, you get one other lead because of the moment the moment of inspiration that you guys used, got you high enough because you both got over 50s. Arodin was building a plane of existence that was his home plane. It was on Axios. It fell into ruin. But because he lived on Axios, I will give you guys a knowledge planes as an added lead this month. You don't get the moment of inspiration on this, though. It was for the first roll only.
Oh my god, I'm running for shit today.
Okay. Don't get it this month. Maybe next month you'll get the extra lead. Okay. And Darmus's +2 doesn't help. Okay. Just wanted to check. So, you know, you're having to get over 40s on this stuff, man, because you're trying to find a needle in a field of needles, you know? So...
Is there a role that I could go OCD and clean up this fucking place?
Yeah, it'd take you a couple years of work, but you're already maybe doing a couple years worth of work.
Can I just tell you that I'm sorting as I go?
No.
Fuck.
Well, you're working there, and Sorrel's working over at the first tower. So, after a year, you will exhaust the Pathfinders Guild's knowledge, and you'll have to then work at the White Tower with him. So, okay. Do you guys want me to just keep going month by month now?
Sorrel!
Yes?
Organize as you go, man!
What's that?
Organize as you go.
Okay.
I'll give you some binders and some folders.
Okay, first month, second month. Council Libertien has not caught on to where you guys are at. Okay, third month. Roll again, guys.
Okay.
History.
Ooh.
You just
roll
need
a 1 this time.
History, Arcane, both each month.
Okay.
You get a +2 to the roll, and I'm adding it in. So, and your first roll is always the +20, correct?
Yeah.
Because you're always daily doing the moments of pre-essence for both you and Kitty. You guys meet over breakfast, do the spell, get back to work, kind of thing. All right.
Okay.
Because it's only 8 hours a day. Okay. Kitty, I need Arcane from you.
Ooh. Okay.
I know that's your jam. Fuck yeah, that's your jam. 72 with the bonuses. Holy crap, girl.
Yup.
Smoking that shit. Fucking Bard showing her bardness, ain't she?
That's my jam.
Okay. You believe there is possibly 6 locations you've been able to narrow down that there were some conflicts where imprisonments were done by notes by generals from the field. This is the shit you're literally searching for. You're going through field reports looking at shit. And a lot of the stuff from the First Crusade is like disintegrating as you touch it. So some of this you're not able to reference once again, but you believe there's an area not far from Atarak that a major conflict took place, that one of the that a general was actually imprisoned, but you're not sure which side it was from. The report doesn't go into that detail. You're both like, fucking Knights, why can't they put names on shit? Ah! They just said guy, general, engraved, ball of sphere of light. That doesn't help, but it's frustrating, but you're still making it through it.
I have permission to rewrite some of this shit that's falling apart in my hands.
So what you have done is, now you have gotten, I'm going to say, 6 sites. There, you have 6 sites now. The thing is, and I can't stress this enough, from the reports that you got from Darmus directly, anywhere close to Atarak has maybe tens of thousands of undead. They're beyond colossal size armies up there that have gone around that area. So not sneaking in there safely is going to be really rough. So you really do want to pinpoint this down to maybe 1 or 2. 6 is a lot. Okay? Several of the sites are, right now, in a very dangerous area. That dangerous area, I can give you the name too. If I move over to the map, because my brain's not working today. One second, please. Rinchurch Forest is one of the areas. I will put an icon there for you guys. Actually, I'm going to steal it from another map real quick. It's either than waiting for roll 20 to catch up with what I'm trying to do. Oh, wrong one. Okay, next month.
Or we just only get one of those locations?
You got 6 possible locations. 3 are in church. Other 3 are in the city of Atarak itself, outside of Gallows Spire.
Okay.
I think I got it still alive. Right here.
History. Oh, thank fuck.
Okay. Ooh, good rolls, guys. So now I'm going to also denote this. It's slowing down for me again. Sorry, guys. This is month 3. Okay, let's roll again, guys and gals. Okay. Still 40. Kitty, I need you to do the arcane.
Can't we just admit that that's my jam and I'm always going to roll it?
No. No, can't assume that. Okay, you made no progress this month. Roll for the next month, around month 4. If you get 2 unsuccessful months in a row, then I move to 6-month periods because you hit a dry spell. You didn't hit a dry spell. Good. You're sure there is another location inside of Rinchurch, so you're actually now up to 7 locations in Rinchurch, but some of your information confirms that 2 of the other locations in Rinchurch were wrong. So you've actually moved it down to only 2 locations in Rinchurch, and you were able to dispel anything outside of Atarak. So there were no actual imprisonments done at Atarak to any of the generals on the Shining Crusade side. So you went from 7 to 2.
It's not bad.
Not at all. Thing is, you need to know the name of the person for the freedom. You haven't got that yet. So now you're going over assignment paperwork that very few people during the war actually filled out. Now you can understand an Inquisitor's life of, oh my God, could you just fill out the freaking form? Jesus. It's just very important. No, it's not important. Yeah, it is. Somebody 1,000 years from now actually might need this goddamn form. So, okay, month 5, you guys can do your rolls. This is getting harder. Your DC just went up. As your locations go down, it gets harder and harder to... Ooh, nice roll, Mr. Crip.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. Unfortunately, can't get the name. Next month. Roll again. Same ones. Didn't get it again. And now it's every 6 months, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Did that wrong. Okay.
Roll it.
Yep, roll it. Ooh, looking good. Ooh, score. His name is Thomas. Thomas of Taldor. He was an Iomean archpriest that was part of the Shining Crusade. He was allocated almost a year after the conflict began. And he was somebody now that you're able to trace back was responsible for massive earthquakes that went on during the battles, because he actually toppled part of a mountainside. And you're fairly sure he was able to mass heal several of the troops. Looking at what was going on, it seems like he was the one that was responsible for a massive amount of true resurrections that were taking place on the higher level general side of the Shining Crusade. It appears that from one of the briefs you found, that the Whispering Tyrant's agents found out about him and there were 3 assassination attempts. Then all of a sudden it went quiet in all the reports and he wasn't reported anymore. So you're figuring he could be a target. He could have been one of the ones in the Battle Erin Church area that might have taken place. But you do know the ones that were coming after him were the assassins of the Whispering Way. Your knowledge, those guys are still absolutely active. They are incredibly active.
What were they called again?
They are agents of the Whispering Way.
Okay.
And they were a primary control mechanism and that actually still support the rebirth of the Whispering Tyrant. They were his spy network when he was still active, and they become his freedom fighters now that he's been imprisoned for several thousand years. So you're pretty sure Ren Church area, it could be. You don't think it's probably around the fabled clergy that's outside there, but you do know that there are some battle sites inside that forest, but you would have to find them. Him being imprisoned there, you do know that there was a back line, and that back line was on the opposite side of the river where Castle Fenry's at. And you do know that that was their beachhead right on the other side. So it could be right inside that forested area. There's a little peninsula in between 2 rivers. It's probably right in that forest proper where they set up their base of operation. You know that because the druids that were supporting the Shining Crusade wanted the forest because it was a lot easier for them to use Speak with Animal and Plants to keep a lot of things going. And a lot of information networks going as well. And then all of the wood, it was very easy for them, along with some of the other geomancers that were there, the ones that are able to actually use summoning of elementals. They were summoning lead elementals to create a lot of shielding for their spells and their planning, so that it was very hard for the other side to use divinational magics against them. So you would believe that somewhere in that forest you would find probably some broken pieces of buildings that had a lot of lead content to them. The problem is, minor divinations don't seem to work in that area or in church. Now that you've been able to narrow this down inside of your first year, I will give one person a roll on knowledge religion for in church.
Okay.
Who wants to take it? Of you two researchers.
Take it, Kitty.
All right. I'm rolling ones. Oh my fucking god!
No moment of inspiration on it either.
Ah!
Okay. That's all you think you can find here, but
I hate Roll20 today. Just letting you know. Fucking fuck.
Well, a religion should be a rodent.
Okay. So, at this point, I want to take a break for a minute. I got to use the restroom, and we can take a quick meal break for 15, 20 minutes. Grab something to drink. Talk freely, guys.
Cool.
We're dead in the water now?
Well, we're paused. No, we're not dead in the water, though.
Or did we find what we need to find?
We're hunting it down.
Yeah, it sounds like you're going to go to a nice place to find it, too.
Yeah. Well, you know,
We're
not unfamiliar with forests.
Yeah, I heard where you want to go.
And hearing your guys' checks makes me feel like some of my skill bonuses are, kind of piddly.
Oh, his spell gives him plus 20 to rolls.
Yeah, I'm an arcanist, so I already have a high end, lots of skill points. And then Moment of Prescience, it's a 8th level spell, it gives you a plus 20.
Yeah, I know. I can't get it until I can't technically cast it until 17th level, and then I can cast it.
Yeah.
Well, it's coming.
Yeah.
Well, I can rob 2 wizard spells a day.
Most of the way finished what generating the character sheet. There's just a couple of weird things I need to plug in there.
So that's the thing. Like, I can steal 2 wizard spells a day that I can cast, and because that's not naturally on the druid list.
Oh, cool.
We've got, my knowledge religion's my highest, and it's the best I can get is 55 if I roll 20.
You should be using Tears to Wine also. You said that's an awesome spell.
Yeah, I don't cast spells anymore.
Well, you're a paladin though. You get some spells.
I'm a paladin who's a warrior of the holy light. I do not cast spells at all. Nor can I use spell-triggered items and all that. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing though. Someone else can cast it for you and give it to you because it's whoever drinks it.
Yeah, I only function as.
I mean, at 16th caster level, you're getting 8 cubic feet of liquid, so there's quite a bit to drink to go around.
Yeah.
It's just a really unique bonus. It's a plus 10 enhancement bonus to a skill check, which is like unheard of for any intelligence or wisdom-based check.
Like Moment of Prescience would have got plus 20 is sweet.
How do you get caster level 20 already, though?
Bird.
There's ways.
Oh, yeah, I mean, there's items and stuff like that. Orange Iowan stones and a few other things.
You also got Blood Mage Initiate. There's lots of ways. I think a couple
Blood
traits can
Mage?
buff.
Ugh.
Hey, Blood Mage is beautiful.
Blood Mage or Bloat Mage?
Blood Mage.
Oh, yeah. No thanks, I'm not going to go with that.
Yeah. You guys are coming in under our level. So, Sorrel's 18.
So you're giant and fat?
Yeah, I'm now 16.
Yeah.
Well, technically.
You'll catch up with us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you guys will catch up quick.
Well, I'm not really dedicated as a spellcaster. Like I think all but 2 of my 15 feats are elite feats or utility feats.
See, I'm not too concerned about the level difference.
No, I'm not either, really. It's just realizing that you guys probably have a lot of items that really push stuff into the stratosphere, and I'm like, dang.
Not really. You'd be surprised what we don't have.
Yeah.
We're not packing powerful. Well, some of us have some artifacts.
Yeah, I was looking at some of the items in just like the general, like listing and stuff like that. Some of the mythic items and things like that, and I was like, damn.
Yeah.
Some of those got broke too.
Well, I don't know exactly who has what or anything, but I'm just saying, like, some of them are really good.
You guys have to.
Yeah. I was just saying, like, not concerned about it. Just looking forward to getting up to your capabilities.
No, I think actually my party's under on gold piece items. So they have the gold pieces, but they've done other things with it. I mean, the 100,000 gold piece door that was an Animite door they removed from Narvath.
I recall there was an incident at Gen Con once where, I think it was old 2nd edition, where literally it was the whole goal was to see who could get out of the module with the most money and survive, and the people who just robbed all the stuff off the walls and the adamantine doors were considered the winners.
Yep.
Yeah, we did. We had chances to take a bunch of stuff, but we chose the high road and said, no, it's
That's not our gear. They want it back. Yeah.
Yeah, we either ask permission or just leave it there. It's not ours to take. Because we were in dwarven vaults where family stuff was buried and shit. We weren't robbing them blind.
Do you guys know if there's a spot on the character sheet for fast healing? Or is that something I should manually keep track of?
Oh, where's that at? I put it in like notes.
Okay.
Under your health and wounds, I think there's a like heal conditions. I type it in there. I'll just under the hit points.
But yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to help with research that much, that's for sure. I only have partial ranks and 1 knowledge skill at total plus 17, so I can get it up to like plus 27, and that's the best I can do. And it's knowledge nature, which is not typically a research-oriented skill.
There's a lot of nothing natural about this shit they're researching.
Actually, there is a component to it. You guys just lost Vargia, so you don't have it anymore.
Awesome.
So, for shits and giggles, I'm rocking like a 9 in intelligence. Unless I buy a headband, I'm not sure on that yet.
I think Darmus has got a 10.
I got a 10.
That's why he doesn't do any of the
I haven't
rolls.
gotten to the funny part of this yet. I'm rocking a 9 in intelligence by a maxed out ranks in spellcraft, and I took mythic display of intelligence so that way I can get possessed and just suddenly speak in a different accent while describing the spell theory.
It's one of the fun parts of the psychic class is there's a lot of possession stuff in that, and the occult magic stuff.
Is the wind feedback too bad on your guys' end?
No, it doesn't seem too bad.
Okay.
But yeah, I guess also I think you get, if I remember right, if you use the either the Archmage or the Hierophant's ability to just pull any spell out your ass, you get like +2 caster level on it too, don't you?
I think so, yeah.
That electricity hurts. Too old.
Archmage gets a lot of really nice abilities. Like their meta magic reduction is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, the Hierophant gets it that one also, but the Archmage is, out of all the mythic paths, by far has the best abilities.
I think my Archmage took it where I didn't have to have a spellbook anymore. All my spells were just there.
Still, the fact that for one mythic path you just now have every crafting feat ever.
When I was looking at it, like, that one for the meta magic was by far my favorite, just because the image of cracking your knuckles and just automatically everything's maximized is absolutely fucking hilarious.
Well, the problem is that you have to take it 4 times to get the best use out of it.
There's also other meta magics that are pretty silly.
Well, no, I meant just in general. Like, each time you take it, you only get one spell level increase.
I gotta go with that.
So you have to take it twice to get anything of spell level 2 or 2 level increase, 3 times to get 3 level increase, and you have to take it a 4th time to get like free quickens.
Yes, it's funny now. I have a character that has mythic spell casting but can't cast spells.
I looked at most of the druid mythic spells, and they're not really, like, most of them aren't good until like augment mythic level 6. Like, they're all right, but it's not until you can augment them at 6th and 8th that they're actually really good.
I took mythic casting for like all of 2 spells.
If you take mythic spell casting, you get 1 spell every time you get a mythic tier.
Yeah, it's just that I only have 2.
I'm gonna need some help with mythic levels, by the way.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, expect me to text a bit for the next 2 weeks.
I'm dual path. I'm actually primary Hierophant, but I pulled 2 champion abilities because one is Pounce, and if you're a melee character, Pounce is just good.
Oh, that's like Whirlwind, yeah, it's nice.
You literally just get to move anytime before or after you full attack. And that's like you have to have that, otherwise you're it's just.
You're stuck with Vital Strike.
Hey, the Vital Strike is the way to win. Why hit many times when you can hit 1 time hard?
Mythic Vital Strike is like the ultimate, don't care anymore, because you just, but you have to be that 2-handed fighter to use it. Otherwise, it's just not worth it.
And our bronze guy he had a sword that was the Destroyer. The sword was called the Destroyer. That thing was like...
It was a 1 to 10 mile.
Like a strength build. Like, as a dex build, Mythic Vital Strike just doesn't work for me.
Nah, fucking YOLO that shit. Just take all the extra weapon enhancements like fucking Vicious, Flaming, Shocking, all that good stuff, because that gets multiplied too, so you might as well YOLO it. And just full send it.
Okay, I'm back, guys, and we can kick off. We're probably going to go about... Okay, we're probably going to go about an hour more, and then we're going to call it for the day. So I'm going to do everybody's work-ins probably the next session. It'll give me a little more time, because they're still going to be in town for a while. Okay, you guys have gotten this information. It is now going on 7 months later. So... you do not know if anything has been checked about the possession. You've been too busy dealing with this, and it was kind of like moved out of you guys' pay grade?
Okay.
I don't know, last time I checked, we had heroes before our name.
Uh-huh, you do.
So it's not out of our pay grade?
Sub-commanders. But if you want to deal with that, that takes away from your researching time. So.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I can only deal with one world-ending crisis at a time.
There you go. Man, it's got to have your priorities, man.
I'm a girl, so I can multitask my priorities. And one of them is, how come he got a shield and I didn't? What the fuck is that about?
You got one too.
Oh,
Well, the Pathfinders don't really need it though, because in the lodge holds your gear versus the actual council. So it doesn't do you a lot, since you can ask the Pathfinder venture captain of the lodge to give you your things, and they'll give you your things. Just saying.
Sure, now you tell me.
No, I told you that before. Okay. As it goes for Thomas and in Ren Church, you have narrowed that down. Is there anything else you want to research? You didn't get a lot on that Ren Church area, I can give you that right now. There is a clergy that was established there a while back. You believe it might have been during the time of the Whispering Tyrant. That was dedicated to him because he did want to be worshipped like a god. That's pretty well known.
What else do we want to research yet? What did we find out about the jar itself?
You didn't do any research on the bloodstone. You only did research on cleansing a corruption using a god that's been dead for over 1,000 years. Because it's the only one that can absolve another dead god's organs. You know, you're kind of working on, we got 2 fucking dead gods here, but one of them hasn't sat down. In fact, they're the bitch queen. You know, so, and here's her canopic jar with her godly-like organs in it, and it's corrupted, and we need the god she was actually a liege lord to, or a liege lord with, a rodent, to actually absolve those and cleanse that corruption. So we got 2 dead gods. That's a little lot to research here, and how could you actually pull this off when he's probably a giant monolithic mile-long statue floating in the astral realm somewhere? You know, just saying.
Yeah.
We've done the dead gods before. We know what happens to them, and we played through that 2-year campaign.
Yeah, we ran across bodies of them.
Yep. So you know, you players know that there's no way talking to that thing. So.
Nope.
So this is your only recourse, and it's a good one. Best you could come up with. Unless you would like to spend more time for researching a second plan. What if this one doesn't work? What if you can't find
We
it?
need to find... Well, yeah, I thought we were going to research to find out how to shield the jar or something. I don't know.
No, you already figured that out. You got that from Carmaga. From
Carl Burton.
Carl Burton. Thank you. I was thinking Halliburton for a moment. Thank you.
No worries. My brain's been broke today, too.
Oh, it's one of those. So the Archmagi of Cagrodan was able to tell you and actually create an Endymion pedestal along with a unique version of the anti-magic shell that actually does a 2-dimensional plane that the jar can contact, and that will actually shield it from detectionary magics, but it doesn't stop it from functioning as an artifact. It just makes it unlocatable. And you guys got the custom pedestal. You carried it in your portable hole. And Chandler, that has been one of the things you are maintaining constantly, is that spell.
Yep.
So I'll ask once again, do you want to research anything else? Or do you have enough information? I can tell you the Ren Church Forest is roughly, I think, 3 miles by 9 miles long or 10. And you're looking for a point where somebody was imprisoned. That's a little rough.
Where the hell's the Ren Church Forest at?
It's in Vinrich over there in Ustalav. It's probably about 5 to 10 miles away from the Gallows Spire.
Yes. Right up there where we know Dramus and Armus are running around.
Yes. Well, they're headed toward Atarak, man. You got that upside there.
That's the same area, is it not?
Yeah, that Skeletal Knight, Trox, Cavalier, he might not take too much offense to seeing you guys again. All things said and done.
Yeah, be like, hey, brother, long time no see. Give me a hug.
There's that, right?
Yeah, remember the last time he gave you a hug?
Yup.
Can Kitty's crystal ball provide any additional information?
Ooh, Dragon Eye time.
Ooh, yeah.
You do have a name, but you couldn't scry him, so he's unlocatable since he's been. Well, is
Can
he?
I?
Is he?
Is he? I don't think. You should be able to. I don't know. That's. Imprisonment, does it stop you from scrying where they're at? Or where they were imprisoned? Well, you can't do sendings or anything to him. But you should be able to scry where he was imprisoned at. Maybe.
Magical search by a crystal ball. A
Hey! Don't do that again, please. That is my biggest no-no.
Oh.
That is not your job. That is for them to research with their characters. Do not ever do that again, please. That I don't have any excuse for that. Your person knowledge and reading a web page is never acceptable in my game. If your character can't roll it with a dice, your mouth never opens that. All right? That's the rules of my game. Your character knows what you're able to prove to me with your abilities. Your character knows, and you get a roll on because you heard somebody talking about it. Okay? Thank you very much. Please don't do that again.
Apologize, I was unaware.
Yep. Nope. If you need to play the game playing on a phone and reading your spells because your character doesn't want to make a roll and pay attention to what's going on in the game, that's cool, but that is one of my biggest pet peeves. If you don't have a dice roll, you don't have a right to talk. Because I'm a DM and I answer questions, and that spell may not be the spell I used. Just because it's written on Roll20, this ain't a canon game. People can research a different version of the spell. They can modify that spell with their own research. You're allowed to as a player, aren't you? Yes. So if you can make your own custom spells, then there's already custom spells in the world because there's been other players. So please take that in mind. Thank you. Okay, back to that. Did you do a spellcraft, Chandler?
Certainly will.
Thank you. Got it easily. So, normal imprisonment spells, crystal ball's not going to pop it, man. Certain location might, though.
But it's not.
Ooh, what do you do? What do you do?
Let me see. Well, I don't have the spell, but with my mythic powers back, I can still cast it.
Well, your abundant spell casting allow you to play with it.
Yeah.
But you do know the tenets of it since it's immune to the wishes and miracle level abilities. That's a lot. Question is, Can Empress help you there? True.
True.
But Empress is an oracle, so her roster's pretty hard set. And I'm not sure... Well... You would know, I'm actually drawing a little bit of a blank. Did Empress take Abundant Casting? Sorrel would know if she had Abundant Casting from her Mystic Feats.
I don't think she did.
No, so she doesn't have Abundant Casting, so if she's not displayed it, she might not have it.
Okay.
Don't think you've used it yet, but you could find a scroll of it. That's still the same thing. Doesn't have to be a scroll from the same god to find somebody. It's just a discern location. That's kind of generic. Expensive, but generic.
Yeah.
Because it is like for an oracle or a priest, it's going to be like in that 8th tier realm kind of thing, making it rough. So.
Okay, so.
And you're not going to be able to find it in this town because of the limitations on some of the casters in this town. You know what you're going to have to do, don't you? You're going to have to trade for it. So you've got 2 ways of going about doing that. Tar Heel Promenade or Jessica, right?
I might have a third.
Oh, what's the third?
Yeah.
Good one.
Well, okay, out of character for a second.
Sure.
Because I need to understand, when Sorrel got his shield,
yeah,
and he had the vision of Sean Wee, and he went to grab his staff
yes.
afterwards.
You knew your mythic power had returned to you before you picked up the staff.
That's exactly how I was reading it too.
Yes. And the nod from Zagrol is he probably knew that about you because you could see the same in his face. You felt something when you were close to him, so you figured he was probably mythical as well.
Okay. So with my mythic power returned, I have Wild Arcana.
Ooh, look at you, look at you.
Yeah.
So you might be able to get this out of your hiney, huh?
Yeah, I could just pull this right out of my ass.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's it. I thought I'm seeing Angelic Third.
Oh, no, I don't want to see that. We can stop with that visual there.
What is this?
Pooping angels aren't my thing, guys.
What is this thing?
It glows
boys
with
and
the
poop and
white
butts?
radiance.
Boys like farts, poop, and anything like that.
Why do boys like poop?
Because our moms always told us not to talk about poop or farts. Because it was, that's so... So that's all we did. We'd go outside and we'd go... and we'd make fart noises all fucking day long. And make ourselves laugh. There you go.
You know, when I was at Target the other day, over in the Valentine's section, there were lollipops with the little poop emoji.
Okay,
I thought that was really disgusting.
Okay, back in play now, guys.
Okay.
Timeout's over. So you do have your Abundant Casting, and you do have your Wild Arcana, so...
Yes.
You're going to reach into the ether and see if you can pull out this spell, then?
I will.
You got it. Just subs out for one of your other 8th.
Okay. Yep.
Ooh. Okay,
Burns
this
the
is
spot.
really powerful, this spell that you're feeling you're casting it.
Yeah.
Okay, as you do this incantation, insert the name of a god that you would like to call on to invoke this power because it is still divine. Probably since you're on IMA, you'll call on her. You feel your vision pulled out as you're shooting across the planes. Almost like you're teleporting. You've seen yourself dance through the astral as you're bouncing between planes, moving incredibly fast. This time it's not that case, though. It's much slower and much more easily tracked. You can see the location. But as you're coming up towards Rin's church, you see what looks like an archway of glowing necromantic energy crackling. This thing makes the trees light up as your vision turns back towards the water, and you feel the discern location deflected.
Oh.
There's an engine working in there, a necromantic engine. That makes a lot of sense how these storms are kept going. He's not casting a freaking spell. He's got the same like the Chilaxian used diabolic engines. He's got a necromantic one going. Zutha, when you heard about the legends of those that went against Rune Lord Zutha, or sorry, his name, drawing a blank to his name.
Just like that.
Reload agreed.
Yeah, when you heard the stories of that, you knew he had transmorphing engines that he had all about Zen Salas. And if the Whispering Tyrant in his legends actually did get Rune Lord Zutha, the Rune Lord of Necromancy's power, or some of it, then he would understand those same engine types as well. So your discern might not actually work until you're able to disable something protecting it. But since you were doing a discern location, I will give you a knowledge arcane because you have felt this before and seen something like this before.
Yeah, I remember that.
Well, that could be lots of things I've seen that are like that.
You're positive this is another warp dimension. In other words, like when you guys were inside of the Narlmathus and you were in the Blighted Forest where you were being unable to teleport or use portable holes because of the dimensional lock caused by the Seed of Sithung that emanated through the entire forest and that area around there several miles. You saw these kind of same deflections happening of the magic. This absolutely represents that perfectly. The thing is, when the necromantic portal fired up, though, whatever that device is, you saw it actually do the same kind of dimensional locking along with non-detection. So it's warped in. It's like they're trying to hide something. And that comes directly back to you. You don't feel as though there was one. You feel as though there was more than one. But if you could get close to it and destroy one, you know where this one is, it might allow the discern location to function at least partially, if not 100%. You'll get obviously partial or 100%, which is better than you have right now. But herein lies the problem. What you saw was also a deflectional field for teleportation. If you teleport into that forest, it's going to redirect you to a predetermined location by these devices. So you're very sure walking in is going to be the way to go, or at least teleporting to the outskirts of the forest and then entering. But you're not sure the radius of this. But you have now come across something of an arch that you can do research on if you want to.
Yes.
Also, we had to do research on how to cure the plague fire. Remember? It's a time-distorted...
Yep. Sorry, I had to do your other 3 months. You've got no reports that the Council Libertien has picked up your scent yet, and no words from Carmog or from Craig Rodan that they've made it that far yet, because you know they were hounding your trail. They'll go to Craig Rodan, and you already had the word of Carl Burton that if they showed up there, he would send you a message immediately, because you know that they would be pounding on the walls there, and soon to be finding you where you're at in your next location. So you believe they're still somewhere outside the northern Fangwood Forest. Okay.
So yeah, we were trying to research how we could cure this new version of.
Okay. So at this more research than I'm taking it.
Yes.
Okay.
Always.
Right. And you're going to do something on these arches. Is that the next thing, or is it the new version of the Spellfire Plague you've noticed from the mutation? What's my subject of research for both of you guys?
Each take one.
Yeah, I'll take the arches.
Ooh. Move from those dice to this dice. Divide doesn't always conquer. Okay.
No, it does not.
Do you want to divide? I mean, it's Sorrel's call.
Well, Kitty can choose what she would like to research.
Don't put this on me. That's not fair. Whatever you would like to do, boss.
That was a dice deflection.
Oh, leader of
And as
the
boss, I'm saying I'm leaving it up to you.
What are we gonna have to deal with first?
Flip a coin.
Not me.
All right.
I'll take the opposite of what he takes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I need both of you to do only one roll each. Sorrel, you're taking the arch.
Yeah.
So
Knowledge Arcane. Kitty, you're going to take the Spellfire Plague. Yours is Knowledge Religion.
okay.
And we're
I'd
going to
give Kitty
roll
plus
every 2 months.
Okay. So how many rolls do you need me to have?
Just one.
Okay.
Those were really good rolls. Variation of the Spellfire Plague? Yes. You found out what caused the variation in it. There was a council called an Absalon. They called themselves the White Archmagis. They attempted to do a combined wish using a computal spell technique to wish it away, and that caused it to mutate. Sorrel. Yes, those are called witch arches. The Whispering Tyrant actually developed a kind of necromantic technology. These arches actually do a dimensional lock in the area that they're in, but the arches also allow for a redirection of all teleportations. It was a way for him to control forces trying to teleport into his region during the war, and he had thousands of these set up. But Ren Church is now kind of noted for having a few of them in there, but most of the forces that go in there do not come back. The last attempt to take into Ren Church and reclaim it in the forest failed over 500 years ago, and that whole squad was never seen again. It was led by a very powerful oracle and paladin, and they were not seen again. They weren't seen on the battlefield as risen undead either, so there's a good note there.
Yeah.
But they went in with two groups of 1,000, so they had two huge forces, or colossal forces, and they couldn't take the forest of Renchurch.
Dang.
Right. So, there you go. That's the knowledge on it that you were able to ascertain. Bad news is, at the end of your research a week before, you get a sending from Caliburton, because he does know the command phrase to get by your block. Council Libertien too have showed up at Crag Rodan. Forces are meeting them on the field of combat.
Oh, shit.
I'll reply, does he need help?
Not yet. You get another sending. Not yet. Pray to Torag. Okay. So a city you have saved and assisted is now facing part of the Council Libertine. You're not sure which members are there, but you do know that their necromantic blasts do have the ability to inflict those that they're fighting with ghoul fever minimum.
Join teleport.
I'm going to let the party know.
Okay, you guys meet. You guys have a meet and greet. It's not a good one.
It could watch that. Goes the Forge.
Okay.
Those are two reasons we should be helping.
Yeah, the Mythic Forge underneath Crag Rodan could be... Well, you knew it was going to take Ikawad at least 3-4 more years to fix that thing, and you guys are only 1 year into it. So, even if for some reason Crag Rodan fell to the Council Libertine for some reason, it's not fixed, so they couldn't use it to their benefit. Plus, you know the goddess it serves. She's very fickle. Okay. I guess next steps. It's 8 months later. Sorrel, I'm going to say Assad has been spending several months with you on and off, back and forth.
Yep.
Okay.
Is it safe to assume that after this many months I've perfected my popcorn recipe?
Yes, you're keeping the popcorn in the pan. The first few months was very frustrating because them little bastards kept popping out of the fucking pan. And one at a time while the rest burnt was not cool.
Yeah, there you go.
Definitely not cool. Okay. Yes. Yes. There was many a burnt cat whisker you all seen, so.
Juice boxes and popcorn. The show must go on.
Yes. Okay, after that...
So there's no way to cure this plague fire that we found.
Not with popcorn.
No, there's not a cure still.
Yeah. Well, we know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
Well, I guess we know what how it mutated, rather. Was
But how do we cure it? That's what we're trying to find.
Well, you think the cure is killing the source, man. Or stopping the source, right?
So we got to go in together and kill her?
Maybe not.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we know what was it? Remove disease, remove curse used to work. But I thought we told it was distorted by time or some crap.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Go get him, Bear.
So,
You thank you for your wishes, you powerful wizards. You really screwed up what we were working on, right? Hey, they were just trying to wish.
I really don't feel like running around the world spreading it more. It's just how I am infected with it.
Yes. Yes, you are. Oh, yes. Your feat that allows you to consume damage from another. Your mythic one.
My mythic empathic
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. When you were reforged by Iomea, she actually did clear you of it.
Oh.
Because I had to purify your soul so that you could actually accept being a paladin. Because you did not start the world as lawful good. You eventually chose your way there, but there was a lot of dirt on your soul. Evil Trox, war priest.
Yeah, there was.
Yeah, there was.
Yeah, I was lawful evil. I admit it.
Yeah. You only had to wait a year and a half for this transformation you've been working towards. Didn't come overnight, but you tried many a times, didn't you?
Yeah.
Granted, I'll give you. You did send me some very creative prayers you were doing. Right? A couple of them started pulling at the heartstrings a little bit, but your ass was fucking evil. So
Yeah.
So it wasn't going to be an easy walk. So 6 months, or actually, what is it now? 9 months later, you got it. Okay.
I don't have empathic healing. Yeah.
No. Well, now you're a paladin who should be immune, but the aura is what's getting infected, not you.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not infected right now. So, party's doing what now?
Dissecting Darmus to find out what about him isn't. Sorry, I got too excited.
She was eating popcorn. You know, you had this cat folk girl come walking up, bag of crunchy corn, crunch, crunch, crunch. Let's dissect Darmus. Crunch, 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 crunch.
Pure white corn. Yeah. Yeah, Darmus is pure white now.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
So we can definitely tell when you don't wipe.
That was nasty. We can definitely tell when the Trox doesn't wipe. Nice. That was a certain kind of fucking special there, wasn't that one? Okay.
Shit, white
I'm
light.
here for comic relief. You're
Here
welcome.
we
Yeah, my
go.
poops are white too, like, old dog turds in the yard.
Oh. Okay, TMI, man, TMI. Okay, so in this last 8 months, you haven't done anything except get sword marks for everybody, so you're not been carrying your armor. You won't get your mundane and other items back until you get that mark. You've been focused on this research this last 8 months. So is it time for you to leave this town with the information you have and strike out on your own?
I think we have to.
It's the only way you're going to get all your gear back so you can get access. I mean, Kitty's got access to hers, but that doesn't help you guys with some of your other things you need.
Because I'm special.
We got to stay ahead of Libertien.
Yeah. Okay. Asking for permission to leave the town. Is that what you're submitting for the group, Sorrel?
Do we have to turn our rings in or grits? Don't we have grits?
No. You got to turn anything in.
No.
You got to go get permission to leave from Zagrol, though. Your Procentories can do it, but you guys want Zagrol's okay, too.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll go ask the girl.
Okay, you asked for special audience with Zagrol. 20% chance I can see you. No, I can't. Are you going to spend some prestige points? You can expedite that for 8 points. Or do you want to wait for his calendar invite, which will be 18 days away?
I don't know. What do you guys think?
Wait 18 days?
Let's wait 18 days. I want to.
Yeah.
Shit's going on here pretty
Yeah.
important.
Okay.
Interrupted.
We've been here, what, 11 months or something? We can wait
All right.
2 weeks.
Well, he said that, part of this deal was you come back when
Hey,
he
that
needs
gives you.
us.
It gives us
So
18
there.
days to find out what's happening with this possession.
You can inquire about that since you're sub-commanders. Sorrel, you would inquire most likely with Yolo at the Mages
Yep.
Guild. And she, in a sequestered area with a few spells up, explains to you that they're allowing it to stay. They have been checking regularly for the commanders, or for the Procentories of mages infliction, but she's not been. So they're actually using it to their advantage by feeding different disinformation. So they're using it to their advantage and have been for a while. It hasn't jumped yet. Their thought is it could possibly jump, but they've been working closely with Z. So Zermoth has been somewhat helpful.
Okay.
So, at this point, you guys wait 18 days, pass by the time. No big deal. You get a view with Zagral. You guys walk over to the Watcher Tour. It's still an amazing sight to walk up to that giant whitewashed castle with all the roses growing around it. It's middle of the afternoon. Forces are working in their different drills. You see to the left and to the right of you. To the left, you see the Mages Guild, and you see the young initiates doing their magic missiles, targeting. There's a focus on doing multi-targeting. When it's you hear they're actually teaching a lesson on when it's to use a single target, when to use multi-target, which ones are the easier ones to deal with. Skeletons versus zombies. They're talking about that and the use of magic missiles, how that really helps. Also talks about how they're kind of talking about how you can use it for other mundane tasks to damage inanimate objects, things like that. On the other side, you see weapon drills going on as you guys walk up to the primary or the first tower. You can see walking around the inside, followed by 3 individuals, is Zagral. It looks like 2 generals, and they're talking over something. A couple of them got maps in their hands, and he kind of spins around and comes back over and goes, "Oh yeah, that's right, I forgot. You guys needed to talk to me today. Let's go over to the main castle area." And you guys come out, take a right-hand turn by the castle, and walk into what's a 20 by 40 foot high entrance hall. This goes down about 60 feet and comes back into a large chamber. It has a throne in it. All the kind of architecture, basically. More Gothic in style, because this is almost like the Cathedral of Iomea, where it's got flying buttresses. So does this part of the castle. It's got more of a cathedral look to it than really a fort look to it. You can see that there's stained glass windows on the side, but then there's very strong supporting columns in the middle. He goes back towards where the throne's at, but you notice they've moved a table in, got some stuff on the table, rolled up maps and stuff like that. About 8 chairs sitting around it, and he cops a squat in one of the wooden chairs and says, "Sit down, let's talk. What's going on with you guys? I heard you guys wrapped up some of your research."
Yeah.
From behind the throne steps out a bald-headed high elf, walking with a andamite staff that's orbited by 12 glowing gems. Electricity pulses between each and one of the gems. His robe is a bright red. The collar rises up high to the ends of his ears, and then it's silver and flows up back behind that as well. Otherwise, you see what looks like gold buttons going down the front of this robe/cloak. It conceals his arms underneath it, except for the one slit where his arm comes out, and it lightly holds the staff.
Oh, I know that description well.
Mm-hmm.
As a player, anyway.
This is my advisor. Yes. He has come because we were looking for a debrief. You see the figure go, I wish this chamber was sealed and no magic would penetrate it for the next hour. You watch his hands glow with energy as symbols burst out of his arms and flow around. You watch it almost deconstruct his arm as you see silver bones within it. As you watch he slam into the walls and the windows and make it glow. As you watch a rainbow shield go around the entire area. As he does this, you watch the staff break into 3 pieces and reform into a book in front of him that's floating. You see the crystals are dancing over the pages as it's writing eldritch energies into each and every page. He looks down. We're safe to speak, Zagral. Thank you. Go ahead. I'm ready for this debrief.
Thank you, Zagral.
You watch an angel appear behind Zagral. 6 wings unfurl and fold back around. It's a solar.
Yeah.
We need to hear this as well. The Corps needs to know what's going on. Understood. Take the message directly back to Iomea, please. Shall be. Go ahead. Sorry for the interruption. I was a little late. It was hard getting past that wish spell. You didn't damage it, did you? You see his eyes glow with rainbow energy as he looks around. God damn it, you and you fucking Solars doing... Don't blast me. Alright, alright. It's not damaged, it's safe, Zagral. Alright, they're done with their ickety-pickety-pow shit. Let's talk. God, you guys make this shit so fucking hard. He's looking over at the angel and the wizard. I just want a debrief.
From our research, we've deduced a scroll from a divine source will not work. The magic is not in the scroll. What we did find, however, was that there may be priests of Erodin trapped yet from the first crusade. We have we have 2 potential sites in the forest, which is blocked by these necromantic arches. So we'll need to go on foot and search.
Oh, that sucks. I had to do that going into a vault once. That's not a fun thing to do. Okay. So you believe that this archpriest of Erodin's packing scrolls, or at least he's still imbued, but because of his stasis, he's immune to the fact that the divine energy has ceased to exist. Is that possible,
Correct.
Solar? Who are we speaking of? I know each and every individual that has ever served Erodin. What's the name again?
Thomas.
Thomas of Taldor?
Thomas of Taldor, yep.
He bore a spark. He was targeted by Erodin to actually ascend and become a Deva. So he bears an eternal spark. His soul would carry enough energy to keep any memorized spells available. But upon him being exposed to the time he's currently in, that would immediately dissipate. This is a faulty plan. It will not work. The scrolls will instantly become non-magical. They won't hold the divine energy because as soon as the freedom is cast, he will no longer have these energies or polarities about that. Ho, 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 Angel. This is where you step the fuck back. The elf speaks. Actually, I think if you give me enough time, maybe another month, I could come up with a segmented time variant spell. I could do a time stop, maybe include 2 people at most. Those 2 people would have the ability to move throughout in this time stop that would stop the divine energies from dissipating. If they could cast it immediately, there could be enough of the spark of the energy that once the time stop ends, the spell would take effect. But that's if I'm able to modify a time stop spell and you got somebody in that group that can cast it and he's looking at you. Can any of you wield 9th level power? Because this ain't going in a scroll.
I can.
Alright.
Ooh.
It'll probably take me a month, but it'll probably take you guys longer than that to find him. I'm imagining if you're walking into a forest and trying to find a needle in a field of needles, right, guys?
Correct.
Or a piece of dirt in the elemental plane of Earth, right? Okay. So Grohl's like, I thought you were out of helping adventurers. That's another story. All right. So you're going to get me the scroll and I got to get it to them? No. I'll get it to them. I can see that they don't mind blank all of their people. I don't see the residual energies flowing off their body, so I'll be able to determine any one of these. Okay.
Well.
And And I should also let you know that the Council Libertien is on our tail, and they have made it to Kragerdan.
You didn't tell me this, Dorian. You see him look down. God damn it, Zigrol. I said quit using my name. You don't realize that power it wields over me when you mention it. Jesus. All right. Which one of the Council Libertine are coming? Or at Kragerdan? Do you know?
2 of them.
Is it Arterius?
We don't know who.
I do not know.
I'll see if the Owl in the Shock can help out. We have some agents that were in southern Fangwood Forest that were trying to figure out what was going on with the Fey infestation there that your heroes were able to resolve. They were able to get me messages back that said that there was a possibility that the Council Libertine were working in that area because they found some plague remnants. I can see if the Owl in the Shock can do something to help bolster the forces of Kragerdan, but this isn't an alliance with the dwarves. You realize that. This elf's ears kind of curl a little bit when he says that. I am not aligning with the dwarves. But we can maybe move some forces through Malthun. Does that sound good? So Grol says, do whatever you can, because the next door they're going to knock on is my own. And I don't really want to deal with those fucking Grave Knights. It's bad enough they failed on their mission to get Azarani. I don't need them to come home and cause problems. They're kind of like the kid you kicked out for a damn good reason. Let's keep them kicked out, okay? The wizard looks down. Noted. Is Iome able to assist? No. Council Libertine is a mortal problem. There are other things pressing right now. What about that dwarf you know in there? Yes, we'll give word to him. We'll see if he'll help. That'll work. Okay, guys. So I think you guys just gave me notice that in a couple months I'm going to have one of the badasses from Council Libertine knocking on the door over here like I ain't got enough fucking problems. Is this the guy that wiped out Sir Dak's army?
It is.
Oh shit, he's got that incurable plague energy. It's not the spellfire, it's like healing resistant shit. God damn it, guys. You guys got to work fucking fast. Because you brought a lot of baggage to my front door and I'm fighting a war on 3 fronts. Now it's 4 fronts because it's coming from the south. So you guys make haste and get done what you need to do. You have my permission. Dorian, you got to get work on what you're doing and I want information back as soon as it comes. Zigrol, I don't work for you anymore. I work for Queen Gallifrey. That's irrelevant. I said you get me back information that you've delivered that so that I'm aware. Or if you need the Owl in the Shock get back to you and tell you that they're moving north through Fangwood. Because I believe those fucking Grave Knights still walk, right? They don't fly? No. They have plague mounts. They don't fly. They like their terror to slowly eat in. Understood. I think we're adjourned. Iomea need as much as she needs. Or any more information? No.
You need to know that it's untrue because of time distortion.
That's what I'm accounting for. Oh, you mean the plague? Yeah, I tried to counsel. The wizard turns around and looks at you. I counseled them against doing what they were doing. They didn't understand what they were approaching. That can't be adjusted. There's no other cure. You guys got to do what you need to do. I have used omniscience to reach into the ether to ask the elder gods how I can cure this blighted plague that even spreads into my own lands and the lands of my forefathers. I was told one thing only. Sorrel looks back at you. So fucking do it, would you please? We're waiting. Melikurian Habatha. Boom! You watch the wall shatter. The energy folds back into him as the book collapses in on itself. And as it does, it elects into a rod that becomes electricity as you watch the air rip in front of him. And it sucks him through. It just whips over him and he's gone. The angel vanishes from behind you as the solar is gone. Cyril goes, yeah. And now us mortals got to deal with what's happening, all right? We all good with this? You guys got your orders. None from me. Get back here as soon as you can. I'll call and let you know when they're knocking on the door. And I'm not going to call when my forces meet them. I understand we can hold them for a little while. But that's only a little while, guys. Go do your shit. Looks at you, Sorrel, eye to eye. Make the magic happen, man. He stands up.
Understood.
I have a petty situation.
You speaking to the girl?
Yes.
Oh, Kitty LeBang. Yeah.
How come they get to be second commanders, but I don't get a fancy new
You're a Pathfinder. I didn't choose your path in life. You did. Go become a venture capitalist. You're doing great, though. Hats off to you, lady.
You guys suck. Throw a juice box at him. Walk out.
Alrighty. What do you guys do from here?
Whatever the boss tells us to do.
God, how we get into this? There's 2 places we could go. What was the second place?
Well, they're both within the forest.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have we figured out how we're getting to the forest?
I think it's called horse.
I was thinking feet.
Because you know what we got to ride
That
through.
too.
Well, me and Gojin do.
What?
Hundreds of undead armies.
That's up by the Gauss. That's on the necromantic storms. This one day you're fine. The ground can open up and swallow you whole. The tunnels collapse underneath.
Gojin speaks up and Gojin says, well, there's more than that. I heard while I was working over with the infantry on the siege engines. There's actually an undead dragon up there too. I guess Whispering Tyrant had a fucking pet. And it's called a Ravager or something like that. Some undead fucking red, man. So there's even a dragon up there. Like we had to do with enough undead fucking dragons. We got one wanting diseases and another one that's just fucking undead because it was a Whispering Tyrant pet. That doesn't sound fun. But I'm looking forward to it.
So we're gonna need horses that don't actually touch the ground, so we don't get swallowed up by the earth.
You're not going
We
to
are
do that.
detectable.
You can buy them.
If you want to draw the council off, shut the damn protections off the artifact for a few minutes while we're outside of town somewhere, and they'll know it's there. Then we can turn it back on and go and draw them away.
You guys are going to be turning it off when you have to carry it, because you can't put it in a portable hole and it has to be removed from the altar. The altar is the only thing that actually stops it from being detected. As soon as you quit doing that, they'll know.
We can put it in the cart that was meant for me. Put the altar in the cart.
But you've also been able to discern that their detection is only kind of like a no location, not a discern location. They don't get an exact spot that it's at. So they pound into other people and turn them undead so that they can squeeze answers out of them. That's their way of doing their gather information to track you guys down. And since they're Grave Knights, they've got nothing to worry about, because they constantly leave pieces of their armor all over the fucking place.
Yeah.
So they're not worried about it.
But I don't know if turning it off, if that's going to ping their radar or whatever, whatever they do. It might draw them off at Prangadoon.
Maybe it's like a paladin's ability to detect evil. Maybe they have to give it some concentration. Never know. That's something you don't know about, is the process that was used by Geb to create these suckers as Grave Knights is... Well, Geb was good enough. Geb was a powerful enough necromancer. He actually animated an undead god, or made an undead god. So that in and of itself speaks volumes to this man's ability to pervert the souls of beings. So who knows how he remade them, but he did remake them. And you do know that he does have a negative energy blast that is even hard for your 18th level Oracle to heal, to get past, because of the healing check she has to make to overcome it with her energies, because it's resistant to standard healing. So, okay. So you guys finding horses? Were you guys going to try to buy magical horses? I heard a bunch of things along that line. Since you do have shield mark, you do have sword marks within your group, you can buy magical items and buy magical weapons. You can do those things. But at that point, I think we should kind of move this into a planning chat in Discord so that you guys can figure it out and I can start to work in for the new players that want to join us. I hope everybody had a good session.
Yep. Always a good time.
That's awesome.
And thanks for having us.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And if you guys don't want to play, my intensity level's a little too high, if my descriptions aren't good, I totally understand. I've played with thousands of people. Just know that I'm a hard DM, but I'm a good DM. I will really help your characters come to the level of play and see through a story you want to see them go through. That's my job. So if I can make you laugh and make you cry, then I did my job at the end of the day. So,
Yeah, that's fair.
thanks, everyone.
Shit.
All right.
Yeah, excellent.
Stay warm.
Later.
Have a good one.
We're offline. 5 by 5. Did you have fun? Me too. Oh, gotta stop.